Red was a tiny bit stacked when I joined. It might have evened up by now, though. Hey, Proof. Track IR feels a little laggy. Like, my frame rate's fine, it's just the track IR is running a little slow, and I don't know why. Let's figure that out. Some days it's smooth, some days it's really stuttery. Hey, Steve. Should be a couple of bug fixes coming next patch, by the way. I found a couple by accident. Going, we can start our right engine before I forget, because that would be a little embarrassing. It's ice time. Yep. We'll do some flights in 2020 afterwards, probably in a couple hours. I should have checked how long was left in this mission when I joined. It's phone booth. I think we're probably about halfway through the mission because Beslan is ours. I don't know about Melchik. Hey, Jeff. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful day. I literally just rolled out of bed 10 minutes ago. Want a DCS? Well, feel free to join. No GPU? Oh, okay, that would do it. If you get desperate, let me know and I can send you a clapped out 1050 Ti. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. Hello, Kermit. Running a 970 still. I got the 1050 because when I first tried to play DCS, when I finally got my HOTAS set up and everything, sort of like middle end of 2018, I discovered that it would not run very smoothly at all on a 560 Ti, so I had to upgrade to the 1050 for DCS. Little ham-fisted with my brakes today. A little ham-fisted today in general. So just for shits and giggles the other day, and also because I was thinking maybe I could get some grinding done towards the 23 before it releases, but I've given up on that now. I played a little bit of War Thunder Sim, and oh my god, it was an experience. Turns out the worst DCS player is still better than the best War Thunder players I've encountered. I know there are good players in War Thunder, so most of them play DCS as well, but like the good ones, that is. But oh man, the average War Thunder puppy is shocking. Like literally the bots were harder to kill. I had people volunteering me their tails, like a Phantom literally just flew right in front of my MiG-17 as an open invitation. He didn't even, like, maneuver, he just turned in front of me and stayed there in a nice, smooth turn. I had an A7 try and gun me, so I just forced him into a roller and he overshot, and then he didn't know what to do, and he died. I had a F-86 stall himself and kill himself, trying to stick flank away from my MiG-19. Like, boy, there are some special people in that game. Okay, we just lost an old chick, but we still hold Beslan. So if I was GCIing, I would now have our entire team fall back to Beslan and just defend that, but we don't have a GCI at the moment, it seems. Well, this was Sim Battles. RB is a train wreck, because RB is... it uses the same flight and damage models as Sim Battles, but because everyone's mouse controlling in it, they have uncanny aim, but they also can't maneuver. So I found that playing RB with a HOTAS is, like, ridiculous, because you can just make maneuvers that people playing with the mouse can't follow. So the thing that dominates RB is fucking Phantoms with gun pods just making straight line Mark 1.1 passes, and then big looping lazy turns to come back in for another pass. If you have a stick, you can just, like, roll out of the way and they don't know how to react to it. It's just mind-blowing. At least Arcade is kind of fun, but RB, I don't understand how people enjoy it. It's literally just Phantoms making straight-line gun passes at Mark 1.1. That's all it is. Like, there's no... the only skill involved is judging the lead for a head-on shot at that kind of closure rate. That's it. Also, I've been watching videos on the MiG-23 in War Thunder from guys that have played on the test server, because it turns out Gaijin, in their infinite wisdom, have made it so you can't easily unlock stuff on the test server to test it out. You have to already have the vehicle before it unlocked, and then you still have to grind to unlock the thing, at a discounted rate, but still you have to grind to unlock stuff to test it, which is fucking stupid beyond belief, so I just gave up on testing the MiG-23. I had one match in the 21, which I don't even have on the live server yet, and I just gave up. But I've been watching some of the War Thunder guys' videos on the MiG-23 to kind of get an idea of how badly Gaijin have fucked it up. And the average War Thunder content creator, like, they have no idea how aviation works. They get, like, all their idea about that kind of thing, all their knowledge, from War Thunder directly. And so the kinds of shit I heard them saying, oh, it should rip its wings at 8G, why doesn't it? Like, no! No! That's not how that works! Oh, man. I applaud the ones that make the jump and come to DCS and actually, like, learn, but the terminal War Thunder players who think that game is in any way realistic or even representative, bruh, please. Hey, Escape Taxi. But yeah, that one little session I was playing on Sim, the first round I don't remember what my score was, but the second round, because I played two different missions in it, one was quite short, the other was a bit longer. The second one, I went 10 and 3 without really trying in the MiG-17 and the MiG-19. Against, like, fucking Phantoms and F8s and shit. The only thing that actually killed me was an F8 who was doing the Mark 1.1 gun passes thing, and that was just because I couldn't catch him. That was literally the only thing that killed me. It was just embarrassing. Yeah, I think they're talking about actual compressibility. They just don't know what it actually means, so they use it to refer to any situation where they can't turn. And something I've noticed in War Thunder, at least in the aircraft I've flown, which is kind of immediately post-war Soviet jets, if you try and turn in Afterburner, the jet won't do it. It just won't. Never mind the fact this thing should rate best in Afterburner. It doesn't do it. It just hates turning as long as the Afterburner's plugged in. None of the performance numbers match up. Again, because I've been testing this thing's flight model for Razbam, I have the fucking performance chart on my desk. None of the numbers match up. None. Not even close in War Thunder. In this, they match up pretty closely. In War Thunder, not a chance. The stat cards are always wrong, I know that much, but assuming the stat card's even close for this in War Thunder, it says its turn time is 32 seconds. I'd like to know at what altitude and at what fucking power settings, because this thing at 1,000 meters above sea level, in Afterburner at about 800, 900 kilometers an hour, enter at 900 but usually stabilize around 800, should make a full 360-degree turn in 24 seconds, roughly. Bit of a difference from 32. Yeah, I know, and I know I'm probably expecting too much for it. Like, it wouldn't be as bad if there weren't people who didn't think it was an actual sim. Like, if they didn't think it was actually a good reference for how aircraft behave, I wouldn't care. I'd probably play it more as well. But because there are people that legit think War Thunder is like a realistic representation, it's just frustrating. Boy, I sure wish we had a GCI. This mission kind of sucks without one, but is fucking amazing with one. Like, with a GCI, Phone Booth is my favourite mission by far. But without one, it can be a bit of a shitfest. Hold Tanks is perfect simulation. See, that was something that I caught a lot of flack for in the early days of War Thunder, like when it just released. Because I said at least World of Tanks knows what it wants to be. It knows that it wants to be an arcadey, fun game. And it doesn't claim to be, well, sometimes in the marketing it does, but it usually isn't claimed to be super realistic. And people understand it's not super realistic. Whereas War Thunder is trying to be a simulator, and just, it isn't. It isn't, for tanks or aircraft. Like, a lot of people are aware that the aircraft side of thing is fucked, but they think the tanks are okay. No, the tanks are just as fucked as the planes. It's just that tank Kumas who actually understand the complex physics involved are less common than aviation Kumas. And to be fair, I didn't know a whole lot when I went into it either, but even now, a lot of it's wrong. Is it still alive? It seems to be. Maybe I should have brought some bags. Remember, there's a bug with the radar's low altitude mode where the tracking antenna won't work, and I don't remember what fixes it. I think it's toggling modes again, but I guess we'll find out. Can't really tell you guys anything specific, but I can tell you that over the, like, literally the past week, we found a few bugs with this. None of them are game-breaking, but there are a few bugs. A handful with the flight model, a couple with systems, and most of them were fixed in less than a day internally. Like, for all the talk about, oh, Razbam's modules are broken or whatever, like, this has been getting fixed so fast, it's not even funny. The problem is that the most recent patch dropped before anyone realized, so none of them made the patch, sadly. But next patch there should be a number of fixes for the 19. Including this little fucker right here, which currently should be pointing pretty much 3/4 right. The ARU is not working right at the moment, but that's already fixed internally. I found that one. I found it by accident. They're hanging around Melchik. You know, for every mention of the 2000-5 or the 2000D in their Discord, they add another 2 weeks to it. Honestly, though, I don't know if they'll be able to do a 2000-5 for the public anytime soon, but I'm pretty sure they are working on it for the ADA. There are a few things that they're working on for different air forces that probably won't be publicly released, or at least not right away. Like, I think the Super Tucano is for the Ecuadorian Air Force, and so people are like, oh, what's with all these teasers about the Super Tucano? When's it going to be in-game? It's like, I don't know if it's coming to the game. And of course, I don't have this kind of information anyway, but I don't know. But I figured correctly it was an Air Force contract from the start, so... Like, I think people forget that some of the developers do stuff outside DCS. Please be a single guy with no support. Please, 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 please. I see him. I have a sneaking suspicion that's a Vigan. Especially with how he just dropped to the trees like that. Mm-hmm. Does he have gun pods? That is the big question. God, I hope he's alone. Have fun with the compressor stall there, bud. Oh no, he actually went vertical. That was his shadow I was chasing. Okay. No, he stalled. Womp womp. Oh fuck. Where's this other merge? I'm being locked from behind. There it is, F5. Tighten down this turn a little, looking for 7G. Other MiG-19 with me, we got an F5 between us. Just passed behind me. Single F5 merged with 2 MiG-19s. He just tried to gun me, I'm not sure where he's gone.
No, I don't see.
I still have so much trouble understanding Soman on the radio. Perfect combination of bad microphone and accent. F5's in a left-hand right fight with me, 2 circle. Around the Vigan wreck. Should have a shot here in a second. Missile away. Oh shit, Saman, watch out. Didn't track. Missile missed. Good kill. Somebody just fired at me, second F5 maybe?
Thank you.
Watch out, there's someone else here.
Nellis is on comms now. He's on comms.
Lost my other missile. Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah, I'm going to show that. Fine.
Need to RTB for fuel. I'm going home for fuel. Yeah, it might have been Nellis. I think he was in that as well. I just didn't see him. Fucking close shot though. There shouldn't be any ground units here, unless somebody snuck a Avenger or something out, but I don't think it was an Avenger or it would have hit me. I'd say it was probably Nellis coming in low, took a shot at the F5 and it passed over me to get to the F5. Actually, you know what it was? He probably forgot to set the missile switch to single. So he fired the missile that killed the guy, and then like half a second later the other missile came off when he wasn't expecting it. That's probably what happened. I love how easy it is to maneuver kill Vigans in this thing. Like, you just make one vertical loop, and by the time you come back down, they've already compressor stalled themselves. It's beautiful. Pretty sure I can tell you guys about what bugs are being fixed, since it's going to be in the fucking patch notes anyway when it drops. So one of the things that was found by the community, not by me, but I tested it to confirm it, was the rudder's not inducing roll. So I'm full right rudder right now, I have almost no rudder authority at this speed, but it's not inducing roll at all. That was fixed literally within a couple of hours of being brought up. The ARU's not working correctly, as I said. There are some kind of persistent issues with the gun sight lead calculation at long distance, but the MiG-21 has the exact same problem. I think it's just basically how the gyro sights work in DCS. There's some kind of underlying issue with that. So there's a few little things that need tweaking, but most of the changes are happening pretty quick. Loud and clear.
Now it's ready to check.
So, also loud and clear. Now is an excellent time to get the MiG-19. If you were thinking about pulling the trigger on it, do it now. Oh, he's got bombs. Interesting. Pre-ordered the Hind? Yes, I did.
Rifle me.
Beslan should be safe to land on, right? Not that I have a choice with this fuel amount. It's coming out at the end of the month, sometime around then, probably. I don't know if they've announced a firm date for it, but I'm pretty sure it's coming soon. I just don't know when. Yeah, but the Steam dates aren't always accurate. They have to put a date on Steam to get the pre-order put up, and those dates don't always match up. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I'm not sure if the Ross guys speak English. They're a Russian clan. Some of them do, some don't.
You can go. That was that big inside. Ross Viper, Magic, heading 286 for 16, F5.
Первый, 192, дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Looks like someone just moved with the big gun. Mozart traffic, 2 by MiG-21 taking off runway 26, Mozart traffic.
Первый, 109, дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Like I said, if you guys don't own the MiG-19 yet, I would really strongly recommend picking it up now. Really strongly. It's in a really good place right now. Lots of bug fixes happening. Flight model is like a whole new aircraft. It's wonderful. Really fun, simple plane, easy to learn. Pretty easy to fly now. Still has some quirks though. And unlike the MiG-15, it's not quite so hopelessly outmatched in later Cold War scenarios. You know, the MiG-15 doesn't see a lot of use here because people just run away from it if they're smart. So you're kind of limited to the Korea server with that, but with this, it actually does quite well in this server. Probably should just make all my landings with air brakes in this thing because it doesn't like slowing down very much. Came in a little low over the approach lights there. That was very nearly a mess. First landing of the day is usually pretty scrappy.
Accord,
Those are dead American infantry. Yeah, it's phone booth war. Those were the forces attacking Beslan. Once before, when I was playing this mission in the MiG-21, I actually killed an American machine gunner on the runway by hitting him in the head with my wing as I landed. This mission's always quite intense. A couple times I've had to land with no fuel and I've taken small arms fire as I've you know, taxied down the runway after landing. It's quite spicy. Tell you guys about my first IRL cross-country flight? I do not believe so, Jeff. Did the machine gunner take your wing off? No, he didn't even damage me. Stranded by Hornets at Comox doing power approaches. Oh, nice. Still gotta raise this desk up, it's so uncomfortable. I'm gonna fucking wreck my shoulder doing this. What plane is this? The MiG-19. These beautiful, highly swept wings. I'd give you an external view, but they're disabled in this server, unfortunately. But, I think you get the idea of what it looks like from this. Very, very highly swept.
Cause dog traffic, 2 by MiG-21, hold short runway 26, gonna be flying, taking off runway 26, flying runway heading. Digging down, that is it. Say again.
I know, right? To be fair, the traffic call on the two-ship takeoff is a good thing because they would have taken up the whole runway to do that. Yes, the MiG-19P has a radar. The MiG-19S, which was the day fighter version, doesn't, but the MiG-19P, which we have in DCS, was the interceptor variant. It has actually two radars. So there's one at the top of the nose, which is a search radar. It just spins. It's got like two antennas stuck back to back, and it just spins a full 360 degrees about every second or so. It has a range of about 12 kilometers, and that'll display contacts on this scope. And then the second radar is in the middle of the intake. It's like a little antenna. That's a tracking antenna, and so anything that comes within 4 kilometers, it's bugged at the moment. It's behaving like a little better than it should, but anything that comes within 4 kilometers, or currently 6, but this should be fixed soon, and 10 degrees either side of the nose will be automatically locked. So the first thing that enters this box on the scope will be locked by the tracking radar. So it's actually a very ghetto form of track while scan. This plane is from 1956, just to throw that out there. This had track while scan in 1956. Now obviously the radar is very short ranged, it doesn't have a great scan volume, and the whole automatic lock system isn't brilliant, but this was intended for engaging bombers in bad weather or at night. That's what this radar is here for. It's not for dealing with fighters, although it can kind of do it. So the radar will actually project an image onto this second sight, so that the big reflector glass in front of my face is the actual gun sight, so you can see the limits of the collimator on that. And then the second glass, which you can fold down when you're not using it, this is the radar sight, and what the radar does is, when something gets locked, it will project a circle around the target with little wings coming out of it, and those wings indicate the distance to target. And so even if you can't see, because it's pitch black or you're in a cloud, you just line up this circle over the radar circle and pull the trigger, and the shot should hit as long as you've got it set to radar mode for the sight. And that will also account for distance, so it'll automatically feed in distance from the radar. It kind of accounts for lead, so it's not like the radar sight is just fixed to the target. It doesn't compute lead or anything. All your lead computation happens from the gyro sight. This is still World War II technology, this backside here. And so people get a bit carried away and think this is like the Hornets side or something, where you just put it over the target, pull the trigger, and it will definitely hit. Or say like the MiG-29 sight. It's not. The theory is the same, but the implementation is different. The gyro sight's what's doing the lead computing, so it's not real good against small maneuvering targets. It is good against a bomber, though. It should be good to go now. The missiles make me cry. At least they're not GAR 8s. The R3S might be a piece of shit, but it's less of a piece of shit than a GAR 8. Hey, Starfight. The MiG-19's not actually that quick. It feels fast, but it's not that fast. You're thrust limited to about 1,100 kilometers an hour on the deck. Like, it will barely scrape Mark 1 on the deck. At higher altitude, it will go supersonic. It'll do about 1.3-ish. But she's not that quick. She accelerates well, but she's not that quick. Yep, it does. It fought in the Vietnam War. It's not as well known for it as the MiG-17 and the MiG-21. The Vietnamese only operated a single squadron of MiG-19s, and they got them quite late. One of the reasons why you don't hear so much about the Vietnamese MiG-19s, and one of the reasons they didn't like them as much, depending on which sources you read, is because by the time they finally got their J6s, which are the Chinese-built version of this, without the radar, they already had MiG-21 MFs on order, and the MFs arrived in 1970. And that's a MiG-21 with an RP-21 radar and 4 missiles. So compared to this, it's a bit of a leap in technology. And the J6s that the Vietnamese got had guns only, they didn't have any missiles. The missiles on this are a mid-late 60s edition. Not everyone got them. Hey, Koti. If you guys thought I knew a lot about Soviet aircraft, we've got someone here that knows even more than me. Yes, those are bodies on the runway. We recently liberated this airfield from the Americans. Got all that info from books or what? Books, documentaries, late night bored scrolling through websites, that kind of thing. Hawaiian Brian, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so just for reference, this mission is phone booth. This is probably my favorite mission that Alpin runs. While flying the MiG-21 on this mission, I have landed on top of those infantry and physically killed them with my aircraft before. It's, like, this mission is the most frontal aviation experience you'll ever have in DCS. This memory retention, I barely remember what it... Oh, dude, Hellrain, I'm just as bad with, like, short-term stuff, or, like, actually important stuff, but useless information I will retain forever. Forget phone booth story. I don't remember the story either. All I remember is Red has a siege on Nalchik at the start of the mission, and Blue has a siege on Beslan, and each team tries to liberate whichever airfield. And typically we'll get Beslan, they'll get Nalchik. Unless you have some really coordinated Mi-8 pilots on. Yeah, exactly, Quest. Same here. Same here. I just realized I had my fucking radar on the entire time I was sitting on the ground. Oopsies. We just microwaved the entire ground crew's balls. I found out how you set the volume for the missile seeker in this, by the way. It has to be done in the mission editor, so it must be a volume knob somewhere under an access panel when you load the missiles, maybe even in a pylon. But there's no knob in the cockpit for it like there is with the 21.
Sunrise for half an hour.
I'll chair a little closer.
Nice, thank you. Call back video check. Lima Charlie. Lima Charlie.
Yeah, and while that was happening as well, the Chinese were also intercepting Soviet supplies to the Vietnamese and yoinking them for themselves, because people tend to forget Vietnam happened during the Sino-Soviet split, at a period in time when the Chinese and the Soviets were engaging each other along the border. Like, there were actual exchanges of fire, serious ones.
55 kilometers, and then Singapore F5 323 for 42 kilometers.
Sorry, that was 294 for...
294 for 52, 4810.
Thank you. Yeah, 545 on Zhendao Island. I got a really good copy pasta around that, actually. Is the attitude indicator upside down? So, the way the attitude indicator works, there's no reverse gearing on it, so Western ones usually have like a converter, so that, you know, up is up and down is down. On this, the Soviets just decided, fuck it, we don't need that. So the top is painted black, because that is down, and the bottom is painted blue, and that is up. And it also says, you know, Spusk, which is descent, and Podjom, which is climb. Just in case you can't figure out the color coding. It takes a little bit of getting used to, but it's not too bad.
Ross F501 for 22.
Outbound traffic, 2 by MiG-21, taking off runway 22, flying runway heading, outbound traffic.
You know what I forgot to do? This would have been very embarrassing.
Magic, Leonard, Thomas, please update. Devils, I lost contact, he was probably 214 for 27. Same for Ross.
Ross merged?
Yeah, Ross, 32642 on your left wing. 9 o'clock now. 300 meters.
Tally.
I have one. Devils, 192 for 24. 16 and 5. 192.
I'm not pulling as hard as I could be.
Magic, Pyro,
I was worried I didn't want to lose my missiles, but...
Best land is 232 for 55. 232, thanks. Devils watch out, one friendly MiG-19 in the mix.
Look at us win this rate fight. This is what the MiG-19 specializes in. Especially now. Should have this guy here in a minute. As long as I don't lose sight on him. Shit, where'd he go?
Right in front of you. Just at the end of the city now.
No joy.
300 meters right in front. Right
Oh, tally.
now. 2 friendly MiG-19s in the mix.
That missile probably won't make it.
Aircraft clearing. He's currently faster than all of you.
May as well get rid of that and just go light with our guns.
Nope. Alice Fox 2.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, still 3 kilometers out, so, and he's faster.
Look at him run. Closing for guns. Or attempting to.
We're trying to cut him off, going left.
I think I'm gaining on him here.
Roger. He is around 100 kilometers per hour faster. I'm gonna Fox again. Fox 2. Ah, just missed.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Nicholman, thanks for the
He's out of
follow.
clearance now.
Первый, 108. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
He's fired at somebody?
Yeah, looks like it. Could only fire on the day then in front of him.
That's something to check. I wonder if the F5 has negative drag on its missile racks.
Roger, Cormac, boogie dope. Cormac, Singleton F5, 272, 64.
Yo, Nellis, I'll let you handle this guy. I'll go for that A10.
Okay, you see him?
No, I'm blind on him. Where is he?
262 for 9. So on your 12 now.
What altitude?
1000 meters. 3 o'clock.
Blind.
Just past the river. In front of you. Should see some traces now. From the
Oh, yep, yep. I see ground fire, but I still don't see him.
He went to the left. If he
Отказ
survived that.
систем. Смотри экран.
I see a smoking hole in the ground, but I don't know if that's him or not.
He disappeared from radar when he flew over.
Yeah,
Magic Pyro.
that's him.
Yes.
Magic Pyro, am I free to engage ground targets at Bedlam?
No, all friendly.
Any other
What's
ground
the-
targets I could...
I think there are 303 for 48, if I'm correct. Ross F5, 266 for 19. Oh wait, it's above 06, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna RTB to Besnon for fuel and missiles.
Devils, watch out for 06 air defenses.
I said I got info down,
I knew those weren't gonna reach him,
also
but
no air defense
it was
over
worth a
06.
try to scare him at least.
Roger, be flying over it soon.
Smart F5 though, he realized he was getting outrated and he just bugged out. Instead of doubling down something that he was losing. Like, it's frustrating for me, but that was the right move for him.
Magic Pyro, I have air-to-ground and air-to-air loadout.
Don't you explode if you hit infantry? I think it depends on which infantry unit it is. The ones which I hit didn't affect me at all. Didn't damage me.
Shouldn't he
go for null check, inventory null check? I mean, we have a complete conflict while doing that already.
You're probably already gone by now, but thanks for stopping by, Hellring. I'll hopefully catch you around sometime.
Magic, someone. Picture.
Jinping said some short time ago they want Vladivostok back. Yeah, I know. China wants everything near them. They're just doing colonialism. They've had it done to them, now they think it's their turn to do it. That's all it is.
We don't need. Foresee if you are comms, there's that 5 gaining on your ship.
Su-9's a good addition to the game. Su-9 would be quite nice. People would mistake them for the MiG-21 so often. I really want a Su-15. I'd like a Su-9, but I really want a Su-15. If somebody made a Su-15 for DCS, I would be in my happy place forever. I would actually start doing single player too, or like PvE, because I'd be able to fly proper intercept missions. So neither of them is actually a HUD, they're just gun sights. The back one is a gyroscopic gun sight, same as the MiG-21 has. And the front one, let me shut the radio up, the front one, which isn't active at the moment, actually projects like a little circle with wings on it around whatever target the radar has locked. It's basically a sighting cue for nighttime or bad weather, so you can place the gun pipper over that pipper and pull the trigger. And as long as the gyros computed the correct lead, it should hit. It's reliable enough against bombers. It's not great against fighters. It kind of works, kind of doesn't. But it's a really cool system. This jet was entered into service around 1956. This version of it, the MiG-19, I think, was 55. And, like, for 1956, you have radar cued, not radar led, but radar cued gunnery. You have track while scan, kind of. This is a really, like, yobba plane for 1956. And it was also the first in-service supersonic fighter, I believe. This and the F-100 were within like a month of each other, and I think this beat the F-100 into service, but the F-100 beat this to its first flight, I think, from memory. I will say one thing with adding a Su-9 or a Su-15 is that as pure interceptors, I think a lot of people in multiplayer wouldn't play them. The single-player guys probably would, actually. Like, the single-player guys are the one kind of demographic that probably would enjoy those modules, I think. At least the ones with a modicum of taste, not the fucking capabilities guys that want to all-in-one sortie, get air-to-air, kill vehicles, kill ships. Those ones would hate it, because it won't do any of that stuff, but it would be quite good for the single-player guys. Whereas in multiplayer, it would be much harder to use it, because you'd have to have very specific parameters to make it useful. $50 rounds of ammo for an... what is that, an NR-23? Imagine that would go pretty quickly. Yak-28P? Yes, please. I would unironically love a Yak-28P. That is such a cool plane. Look, anything that's an interceptor, like a pure interceptor, I am down for, but especially the Su-15 and the Yak-28P. Either of those would make me very happy. I keep forgetting I need to actually toggle the air brake on this, not hold it. By the way, the MiG-19, just like all the other MiGs, has auto-retracting flaps, so they won't get damaged from overspeed, which of course they do in War Thunder because Gaijin don't bother researching anything. But here in DCS, they're correctly modeled. They will just auto-retract if you're overspeeding them. Well, I mean, it's a mix of laziness and lack of research. And also dumb game balancing. There's a... Like, when it hits a certain speed, it just tells the flaps to pull up, I think. Overstratos would know the details because he worked on the 21 and the 23, and they both have a similar system. But it wouldn't be digital, it'd be some sort of electromechanical system. Down, please? God, she floats. Mind you, I did come in pretty quick. I tend to use the sort of similar approach speeds I'd use for a 21 in this, even though it actually has a much lower landing speed. And that's just out of habit, because with the old flight model, it used to drop out of the sky if you got even slightly too slow. So I gave myself a very large margin of safety on MiG-19 landings, which I shouldn't really need anymore. What am I doing? Hello? Oh. Did I... No. Hello? Oh. I'm dumb. I unlocked it and then relocked it. Comrade Frog, thanks for the resub, by the way, and Pickles, cheers for the follow. Let's make sure it's on standby, that's all set. Okay, we're good.
Get now a 6 ship.
Copy. Yeah, I see at least 5 contact bogies.
Yeah, there are 6 aircraft coming to Nalchik now.
Copy. On my way.
I figured the weird B-50 nose drop, in case you do test it soon, that's literally just how it stalls. Oof. Yeah, it didn't look very fun when you were streaming it. When it does that. Fine when it doesn't do it, but not very fun when it does do it. Yeah, so something's up with the texture on that, or the lighting on that. It's way darker than it should be. But that should be fixed in the next patch as well, fingers crossed. So if you guys ever wondered how to find the fuel gauge in a post-World War II Soviet aircraft, look for a yellow dot. The gauge with a yellow dot in the center is the fuel gauge, always.
Volga traffic, how many MiG-21s are in the area?
There are 3 MiGs open Nalchik now.
Первый, 197-й. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Copy that. 3 by MiG-21 heading, flying heading 270 from Bogdan.
Fair few people on. It's good to see.
Yeah, I think we have to gather somewhere. The amount of troops coming in there is insane.
I would recommend having the entire team just post up in the area that Beslan's in, like behind that ridge line, and then wait for them to come to us. That's usually the best way to win this mission.
Okay.
Yeah, that was, I agree with that.
Still triggered by rudder pedals are broken. Yeah, happens. Are we good to go yet? I'll give him another minute.
Yeah, that's
I wasn't paying attention to the ground crew.
Advise, multiple threats and we are friendly, so in between now. Watch out, PID.
Okay, we should be good to go. We'll know soon enough if we get a hey, what are you doing?
Fly south to Westfront.
I've seen black, brown, and green on those balls. It seems to have varied based on where and when it was made.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got Natch on. He's one of our crack pilots. Haven't seen him for a while.
Very good shot, 21.
There's an other figure just over the airport now.
Some.
Some of their vegan pilots are a bit inexperienced today, so if you just take them vertical, they'll probably kill themselves. Imagine compressor stalling.
Man, I do that all the time.
Hi, Ref. Flash F5 over now, check RTB now. Bishop, the 19's
Let's
rolling.
use my twist grip on blue. Oh, Jesus. Where are you taking off from? Beslan. Beslan is the feeder airport, or like the district airport for the city of Vladikavkaz, which is over there. So the actual airport terminal says Vladikavkaz, not that you can really see it because of the distance, but it's Beslan Airport. Where is Beslan? It is... actually, it's quicker to call up the knee board and it won't freeze my game. Ignore the Mozdok marker, that's where I started from, but Beslan is right down here. And that's Vladikavkaz there. And then that's Grozny over there.
That is correct.
We lost a comrade at Nalchik.
I would not recommend going to Nalchik at all. Like, there's no reason to go there unless you're doing ground attack. They have too many SAMs.
And too many F5s.
2 ship 90 is heading south of Moscow towards Belfast.
Pyro, there's one F5 behind you, but you're 10 kilometers per hour faster at the moment. He is 4 kilometers out.
Further that, I gotta run.
So, oh, it's the AUX doors. I was like, what's that sticking out the side of my plane? It's the vent doors that open on the ground. Is Beslan the main airbase? For this mission, Mozdok is the main red airbase, which is to our north. That is an actual airbase. Beslan is a civilian airport.
Pyro, that F5 is gaining on you now.
But because it's a little closer to the action, I'm just basing out of here. Yeah, the entire German thrust into the Caucasus was aimed to take Baku and the oil fields.
134. 117.
And because they weren't able to pull it off, that's one of the big reasons that they lost the war as badly as they did, because Germany did not have enough oil.
Directly
They didn't have enough oil when they started the war, and after 1942 they sure as shit didn't have enough oil.
Never keep current heading Nellis, F5 180 for 27.
180
Are there any SAM sites? AAA? Yes. In this mission it's mostly smaller stuff. I think there's Cubs around our base. My air brake's still out. Big brain. There's Cubs around our base, there's Hawks around Minvodi, which is Blue's main base, and then Beslan and Nalchik will have like IR SAMs around them, like Strellas and Avengers. Hey, Southern Jumper.
Nellis, F5 is 152 for 12. 152.
Logistics was so bad, I doubt they'd even be able to siphon the raw oil out of there, especially Soviet interdiction picked up in 43 on it. Yep, exactly. Like, World War II was such a bad idea for the Germans on so many levels, and they still did it anyway. Like, all the people that were like, oh, they could have won if only, like, no. No, there is no reality where Germany could have won World War II. The only way to win that war was for them to not start it, and not participate. Like, their entire fucking war effort was a shambles. It's mostly down to the fact that their timing was good, that they progressed as far as they did. You know, the British and the French were at each other's throats in 1939, 1940. The Brits didn't want another World War I. The French didn't either, and the French also trusted the Germans slightly more than they trusted the Brits. They also had a number of German sympathizers, like Pétain, in their military leadership. And then the Soviets had just had the purges and were in the middle of a massive modernization. So not only they lost a lot of their good officers, but they'd also got a whole bunch of new equipment that hadn't had the bugs ironed out yet. At least they made good technology out of it. Not really. Like, some of their technology was alright. Like, some of it was genuinely garbage. They had some decent ideas, but the execution was usually quite poor. We got jets. The Brits invented the jet engine, though. Like, the only reason that the Germans went heavy in the jets is because Frank Whittle didn't get taken seriously in the UK. They were the first nation to reach space. V2s don't go to space. First stealth, it wasn't deliberately stealth. Like, the Horton 229 was not deliberately stealth, it was built of wood because the Germans didn't have any aluminium left. 03020. I just got a pop-up 030 for 28 from the AI.
That's the furball, the 2 ship is closer to 89 for 50 now.
The German technology thing is grossly overstated. It's pretty much World War II German propaganda that's been allowed to persist into the modern age. Again, they had some decent stuff, but it's heavily overrated. Heavily overrated. Tally 1.
Hello, Fox 2. Splash F5. Someone is 62.
Copy the second F5, does not see you at the moment.
Good work there, guys. Splash.
Jump. Nellis.
Didn't even try.
210 for 25.
210. Someone.
Someone, you just passed a friendly hostile F5. There's a
Friendly F5. Hmm.
Someone, any rookies around?
Oh, you did a tricky on me.
One F5 in front of you. One you're aiming at now is friendly. Someone F5 is 2773. Cormac, same 305.
As repeat vector Nellis for someone.
Nellis is on your left.
Shit, I forgot to arm my guns.
I have no tally on the F5.
God damn it.
I lost him as well.
At least I didn't overshoot. Pro tip, arm your guns before you fight.
Five is coming on you.
That's never gonna make that turn. God, I'm dumb.
Two friendlies in front of you. 218 if you're comms, F5, 222.
It's not displaying the symbology for the fucking tracking radar. Fuck. I think I only have one gun.
284 for 33, 275.
Fucking didn't arm both. That was my fault. I should have fucking armed my shit before I got into that fight. Fucking dumbass. Too busy talking, not busy enough actually flying my plane.
Перезарядка по плану. Принял.
That was very frustrating because it wasn't even that I got outflown, it was just me being a fucking idiot. I should have had that guy easily several times. But if my guns were actually armed, I might have.
Командир, оружие подвижено.
Not those two, these two. I'm just gonna go ahead and arm up the aircraft entirely on the ground because I shouldn't have forgotten that. That was really stupid.
Was cheating on the fight, just ejected. That's strange. That's weird. Magic Cormac, could you vector me back to Beslan?
Cormac, Mosdock is 082 for 48, it's closer.
But I still have fuel on Beslan.
Okay, best one is 137 for 76.
Thank you.
I'm hoping that's set right.
10. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
It's kind of hard to tell. There should be a needle that runs vertically down that glass plate. I might see if I can texture it on there. There's probably a way to do it. That should be right at least. That one's pointing the right direction. Okay, flaps, oxygen. Missiles are awake. I think, other than the canopy, we should be good to go. Oh, let's set the gun sight. It lets you pull a little too hard at the moment, Zach, because the ARU's not tuned properly.
Sorry guys, I have
But
to
it
go.
should be fixed next patch.
Pass Magic. Box 2.
It still has decent nose pull, but not amazing. Do they give you Morse?
Командир, колодки убраны.
Splash F5.
They do? That's right, I don't have it in compass mode. There we go. So yeah, they do, but you have to have it in the right mode. Is there a Russian/Soviet version of TACAN? RSBN does basically the same thing. I think RSBN is technically VOR, but it does basically the same thing. The only great sub the Germans had. Yeah, the Type 7 and Type 9 were basically World War I subs, but bigger.
Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Germans had a lot of crazy plans that never came to fruition, and never would have come to fruition because they were crazy plans, and Germany was not in a position to do the stuff it tried to do, let alone the stuff it planned to do. Like, a lot of their plans that people fixate on as like wonders of German technology or some shit, they would never have been achievable. Like, they were just literally impossible with the technology the Germans had, or like just would have done nothing. Like, there was no place for logic or reason in World War II Germany, especially towards the end of the war as they started getting desperate. It just turned into a case of, well, let's try and flail around and cause as much damage as we can without any actual coherent strategy in mind. Is the Messerschmitt Bf-109 the most produced plane in history? I don't think so. I know it's the most produced fighter. I'm pretty sure the most produced plane is the Ilyushin Il-2. I think the Il-2 was like 36,000 produced or something, and the Bf-109 is like 32 or 33,000. Oh yeah, the Cessna 152. I don't know how many of them were built though, but military-wise, the most produced is the Il-2. I-400 submarine was the most interesting from the war for me. It was an interesting idea. And then, unfortunately... Oh, I still don't have a right engine. I was wondering why I was fucking having to correct so much to the other side. Idiot! What is wrong with me today? Yeah, the Allies scuttled it. Over the... I think over the Marianas Trench. Like, the deepest part of the sea that they could possibly sink it in, to avoid the Soviets getting hold of it and using the technology, which was pointless anyway because the Soviets had independently developed the technology and decided in the 80s to start using it. And built the largest submarine ever constructed. Several of them, in fact. So, we lost an incredible piece of history for nothing, pretty much. MiG-21 is the most produced supersonic jet. I don't know about military jets in general, but supersonic it is the MiG-21. The Typhoon's not even twin-hulled. It's got two main pressure hulls. I think the pressure hulls are basically Delta IV pressure hulls. Two side by side, one reactor in each. But it actually has 5 pressure hulls, which a lot of people don't realize. 2 main ones, the control room is in a 3rd pressure hull between them, and then there's one for the forward torpedo room and one for the steering gear. Do you think modding for sims and games have bright future? Yeah, I do. There are some really good mods coming out for DCS these days, and with Flight Sim 2020 out as well, I think there's plenty of future in modding for sims. Modding for other games, it depends. Like AAA big name releases, not so much, because they tend to lock down their stuff so you can't easily modify files. Some developers are better about it than others. But certainly for Sims, modding is going to have a good future, I think. What's AAA? In terms of game development, it just means like a big, high-prestige studio or publisher. So, you know, like AAA would be Call of Duty or Overwatch or something of that name, or like something of that level, rather. It just means big budget, basically. I may as well just leave the radar scope on, even though it's just going to show me ground clutter, because it looks like it's not drawing the tracking symbology with that in low altitude mode. It should be, but it's not. Yeah, I armed the gun on the ground this time, so I didn't forget. Holy shit, how many EWRs do we have? Why do we have that many EWRs? I do indeed. Why are you flying so low? Because that's where people usually fly on this server. It's not good for fuel, it's not where the radar performs best, it's not where this performs best, but that's where the targets are. And without a GCI, I can't set up diving attacks on people. Like, if we had a GCI, I'd fly high and get them to just dive me on people when I'm above them, but...
2 MiG-21 in the mountain range next to Belson. What's the bogey do?
Looking much less miserable nowadays. I don't know.
I don't think we have a measure.
I do not know.
Copy that.
It's not radioactive though. It's just a CRT. It's a cathode ray tube. It's like a lab, basically a lab oscilloscope, but repurposed into a radar. The actual spicy air, and it's not even that spicy, is coming out of the nose. Do you like the F-16A? Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like, I'm not a huge fan of the F-16, but of all the F-16 variants, that's the one I like the most, because it's just a really bare-bones aircraft. And no MFDs in the cockpit. Picked up combined arms so I can be a GCI bitch now? Nice! Very nice. Well, if you're keen today, there's an opening, because our GCI just left. 237 for 23. Joke's on me, I was already pointed in the right direction. 213 for 14. Uh-oh.
You should find the gun arming something that you can read instead of like having to look over.
Well, I usually do it as soon as I take off, so it isn't a problem. I just forgot because I was busy talking to chat. Should be in front of me somewhere.
Alright, we have no GCI?
Correct. Why do we have like 10 fucking EWRs? I can't hear myself think.
That sounds pretty good. They actually have 10 EWR.
Yeah, I wasn't joking, dude. I mean, I could, but I want to actually hear call-outs that are useful. This guy's faded off my nose. Right there. It's another 19. Probably got the same call out that I did. Place 2, one accidentally went into the building rather than on the roof, should have destroyed it in hindsight. Yeah, no, that's fine, but somebody else has put like another 8. I don't know why. I might just turn the search and turn it back to standby.
Planes in an altitude area, watch out, you guys can find anything.
You guys shouldn't be going to Nalchik. Like, just stay near Beslan. Nalchik is going to string us out and get us killed. I mean, I guess it'll be interesting to have in the game. I'm probably not going to get it. I might eventually, but I'm not, like, that interested in it. I would like more Cold War helicopters, though, so I do appreciate it being added to the game. I just hope we don't get, like, some fancy modernized version full of MFDs or some shit. Shit. 212 for 10. Right there. 2 aircraft. One's gone high. That's a 21. 21 who's chasing a 19. Watch out, something's coming out of the clouds at you. Oh, never mind, it's another 21. The fuck are these guys firing at? It's fucking furball. I'll check above the clouds. Another 21.
Somebody got that at 5?
Looks like it.
I'm fighting him above the clouds right now, never there.
Yeah, Ross up here too. I don't see anything hostile.
Or maybe either side is better.
Is a Gazelle a good module? It needs serious fixing. Its flight model is... it's like an SFM. It's a fixed-wing SFM, basically. It's not even weird, it's just, it's not a helicopter flight model. It's totally incorrect. And there are people that'll say, oh, you can make it fly correctly if you just set up your control curves. That's kind of beside the point. It never controls properly. You can kind of fly it realistically if you really want to, if you're like a single player person, but in a multiplayer environment, people can do all kinds of obscene shit with it because it flies like a fixed wing aircraft with an SFM. Like, I would not recommend the Gazelle until they fix the flight model for it, which supposedly they're doing after the Kiowa releases. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully the Kiowa comes out good, and the Gazelle gets fixes afterwards, but until then, I would not recommend it.
Last known reference was 24 clicks away from Nalchik.
Like, it does not model basic physical characteristics of rotary wing flight. There's a really good video on YouTube, if somebody could link it actually, which explains the issues. It's from a guy that does helicopter control system engineering, so he actually, you know, has a pretty good idea what he's talking about. But it explains all the ways in which it doesn't simulate things it should, and then it does simulate things it shouldn't. Was it by Eric Scott? Yes.
Magic. Go for Walker. Berkeley. Sally.
That was quick.
I got him. 270 stack. I must shoot Mrs. Volga. I got on my 12 o'clock. Bandit. Put that at F5. Roger, Roger. Magic, now let's hear vector spinning, please. Now, Magic, say again? Yeah, now let's hear. That's far from now, check. Vectors for me, for both. Sure, do a check one. 5 Now, Magic, nearest bandit. 282, 40 kilometers, 1,000, tracking north. Roger.
Spell the name of the heli. Panzerabwehr Hubschrauber. In fact, the Act-28L's loader system, hence L, worked on principle of RSPN and allowed a completely blind bombing sortie, like not even using radar picture. Yeah, basically like TACAN bombing. Cool. The earliest widespread use of radio navigation bombing was in World War II, actually. The Germans had a system, Nickbein, crooked knee, or like bent knee, and the Brits very quickly figured that out and started learning to jam it. So, electronic warfare goes back a lot longer than people think. It was very, very heavily involved in World War II already, even at the start of World War II.
Now turning hot. I'm on him.
The whole Enigma thing. Imagine having your codes broken even before the fucking start of the war. Although the later machines were much harder. Hey Josh. They're watching a shit show at the moment. I haven't got a single kill yet today. I've been launching bad missiles, getting kills shot off my nose, although to be fair, I would probably do the same. And I managed to get myself blown up because I forgot to arm my gun. So we're very scuffed today, more so than usual. Let's press it on there. With the smoke plume, which is not very reassuring. What plane is this? MiG-19.
Sorry guys, I'll restart and get back in. Most of the F5 are currently just northwest, 350 Belching. So, two bandits northwest, 45 kilometers northwest of Belching. Focus, are you on fire? I don't think so. I broke my left stick, but I don't think I'm burning. Focus, you got bandit on your stick. Yeah, I saw him. He already expended the 2 Fox 2s he'd bring, so...
I actually have a Enigma simulator on my PC. It's an old shareware program, but it lets you simulate all the different sets that the Germans used, and the commercial sets. It's quite handy.
Well, I'm heading towards Bestland on 120. I'm about 120 clicks away from Bestland. Right, no, Magic. Go ahead. Magic. No, 298, 32. Yep, 298, 32 kilometers. 298, Cornelis.
Interesting choice of analogy, Steve.
Being chased by 2 and 5. Copy, turning on. I don't have an altitude here. What's your altitude for Creep? I'm doing 9,000 and climbing. Copy, I keep contrailing. Engaging. Alright, I'll be right back. Yes, I'll be right back. I don't have the icon. Parker, I see 2 contrails behind you. They are... Looks like they're turning around. Are you diving now?
I don't think you can change the rotors or the plug board settings in the Wolfpack one though. Like, there's quite a lot that goes into using one.
Probably lost focus then. Yeah, something's on fire up there.
Первый. 101. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
I got ran off on by that F5.
I think Beslan is under attack and their ground forces on the move in the vicinity.
The Brits used a lot of jamming against plenty of things. Radio navigation systems, radar, communications. Jamming was quite a big deal in World War II. Oh. I always feel like I'm lower to the ground than I am in this thing. That was probably not that bad of an approach, but it felt really sketchy. Definitely need to work on my landings in the MiG-19.
Looks like all of them are cold now.
Magic now, let's requesting vector for our base.
I think Magic has to go, no? He'll be back to stuff.
Oh, sorry. Is there a way to shut off the non-magic traffic?
Yeah, go into audio options and turn down helmet volume.
Copy, tank.
That also flattens us, by the way.
What? No, it doesn't.
The helmet volume?
Yeah, it doesn't affect
I guess
SRS.
it's radio volume is the one that...
So it's radio volume I want to turn down?
No helmet.
No, helmet volume. Yeah, radio volume affects SRS, but helmet volume doesn't. That's what I was trying.
Okay, thank you.
There are F-14As on this server, but only in some missions, and this mission isn't one of them.
That's better.
Make that flying 330, I just merged with you, but there's F5s behind us, south of us. 20 clicks away. 190 from our position, so from you it's probably 170.
Why? Because they just don't make sense in all missions. Some missions work better without them. And also, if there were F-14s in every mission, that's all people would pick. Usually, missions that have them only have 2 slots, and there's about 10 F-14s. Like, it's limited to a very small number. Because most of the aircraft that this server's focused around don't deal with F-14... Well, depending how they're flown, but they're not really capable of dealing with the F-14 that well if the Tomcat's flown well. Missions with F-14s also have a small number of MiG-29As, but without the R-73. And without the R-27ER or ET, and I'm going to see if I can annoy Alpin into getting rid of the R-27T, the MiG-29A, Model 912, could not carry the R-27T. Could not. Wasn't wired for it. Could not be done. But it's one of those ED things where for Flaming Bliss 3 they just gave it all the weapons, even though it could only carry the R-27R.
I'm flying if anyone wants to see my flows. I'm merged by Norfolk with people I cannot see. So if you see the flares, let me know if you see an F5, and I'm dead.
Don't go to Nalchik. Stay near Beslan. Make them come to us. Is a MiG-21 a good module? It's a really fun module. It's got some things that are missing or broken or don't work correctly, but it's a lot of fun. It's my favorite module. Things like the navigation system are totally, like, incorrect. Some of the way the weapon system works is kind of iffy. But it's still a solid module. The stuff that's wrong in the MiG-21 is stuff that you're only really going to notice if you're, like, really, really into the MiG-21, put it that way.
So we are out of MiGs at Beslan, unfortunately.
Yeah, don't go to Nulchik, stay at Beslan. If you guys go to Nulchik, you're just gonna get strung out and fucking killed because their entire team's over it. Like, on this mission, as soon as we lose Nulchik, there's no reason to ever go there anymore.
I have a short final Mustang 08.
Is that still Zed fighting? I think it is still Zed fighting. That might need...
I'm just gonna fly south.
Oh no, it's not.
From Moscow then into Beslan.
I forgot, that's actually a separate piece. Disregard. Hope Me-24 will be good. It should be. Looks really good. Me-24 miss. It is stabilized. It's just not very well stabilized. It's a simple gyro stab system. You'll notice like a subtle sort of swaying effect. That's the gyro trying to stabilize it. It may well make some of you seasick, so that's something to look out for. The stab limits are very strict as well, so any kind of maneuvers other than trying to fly basically straight and level will break the stabilization and make the missile miss. Now, before I forget,
I'm taking off from Moscow now. I am on final, short final. Yeah, I see you. I'm taking up the other way. Oh wait, are you just smoking me? Oh. So two-direction landing. Yeah, two-direction landing, yeah. That's whatever. A little bit fine. Yep, I just took off.
Sit at the end of 28.
when you guys take off from Mozdok, head directly south to Beslan. Don't go out to Nulchik. And just loiter around Beslan. Force them to come to us.
Confirm Beslan is clear of enemy units.
Beslan is clear of enemy. There's several MiGs spacing out of it at the moment.
Copy that.
Who's the very bouncy MiG-15 that's trying to land at Beslan? You might want to go around, dude. You don't have enough runway to stop.
I don't think you can talk to that person, Ross.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, different frequency.
Yeah.
Well, he very nearly ended up in the approach lighting, so...
Basically banned that 1-1 guy. I've seen that guy like 2 months ago.
Stop before he ran into.
Magic is back.
Did he? Okay. Well, I know there was somebody landing at Mozdok, but...
Magic, you could attempt to make a fighter group to the west of Beslan by a little bit and force the F5s to come into it.
Copy that.
Yeah, my suggestion for this mission would be to keep everyone at Beslan and just force them to come to us. If we go to Nulchik, we'll get picked off one by one.
Copy that. Visual magic. Visual magic. Pyro magic.
Pyro, can I get a vector to home base?
Mill power takeoff.
Vector for
Roof.
Shock is 090 for...
He just made it. Just.
That's that. 100.
There isn't a taxiway. The taxiway at Beslan is
100.
onto the apron and that's it. So you have to backtrack.
Advise you have a singleton F5 at your 150, 20 kilometers.
What's with all the corpses on the runway? This airfield was very recently liberated, and the American infantry decided to fight on the runway, apparently.
Really?
Yep. On your 6 or... well, 5.
5, 292 for 20, tracking south. Over the river.
Sword, contacts are on your nose, 9 miles on the deck.
Just casually turns onto the runway without looking.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
TC Armored, thanks for the follow.
I don't see him.
6 miles, they
Okay, that guy's taking off, so I should have space to do the same.
Okay.
and they are turning me from right to left.
I see, I know. You just, one of them just gave him my 6, but I don't know if that's, I should go for him or...
Yeah, go for them, both of them on your turn.
Yeah. Let's see.
There's a friendly message merge as well.
Yeah, I just saw that. What the Fox 1-1? Fox?
Guns are armed. Missiles
Going
alive.
up. Splash 1.
Tracking radar on. That's going to annoy the shit out of the guy in front of me, but whatever.
Copy calling.
Actually, that's something I could test. Is roll up behind him and see if it locks him.
Fox, Cormac. Yeah, that's
It is not locking him, so the radar does actually have to be on, I think.
He's breaking off.
I'll just leave the scope on, whatever.
Cormac sword, beacon above the river. 287.
How far?
10 miles. You see the river where there's a sharp turn. He's above. After return, okay. I'm sword on your 1 o'clock. Cormac 11 o'clock. 10 o'clock.
On my 1, is he about to merge with me?
No, just left the river on your 11. Thank you.
Tally.
Hey, John Doe.
Cormac on your nose. Cormac right wing. Sword right
He's
wing.
flying. Yeah, tally. Just flying away. I'm in the clouds, damn it. Lost him.
Yeah, but there's a bug at the moment, so if you have it in low altitude mode, it won't render the actual tracking symbology. It's a known issue, it's being worked on.
Yeah, he's Cormac 9 o'clock.
I'm on a 6, should go for R62.
9 o'clock, fuck me, I'm retarded. 3 o'clock.
I'm not gonna track. He's in a right hand turn, sharp. I'm going up.
Heavy.
Should be able to get another R60 here.
Do you use crosswind rudder pedals? Yes, I do. They're fantastic. I would recommend them to anybody.
Missiles tracking. Splash. His canard is off, I don't know if he's down.
He's still up.
It's a Vigan, of course he's not down.
Injected. He's down.
Первый. 190.
Bad.
Nice to go.
Who's the other match?
Salty side 1.
Yep.
That's salty. I can't fly, so if you want to fly, then I can magic.
Yeah, I'll try again. Couldn't have another big.
Buck 213, can I get a Vector to Bedline, please, or Mossack, one of the two?
Call sign. Take a call sign.
So.
Channel 8.
Copy, 312, yeah, 370.
Okay. It's great, it's 8 on the hour scan, Salty?
Magic Diamond 2-4 Boogie Dope.
Diamond Magic, big position, got the wide.
Oh. Magic Diamond 2-4, I'm northwest of Westland, approximately 40 clicks.
Copy,
Tracking north.
Yes, radar contact. Picture clear.
Roger that, keeping the line with Westland.
Cat 13 Magic.
Pick up a little altitude.
Yeah.
Do you like helicopters in DCS? Yeah, I actually enjoy them a lot more than I expected I would.
MiG-29 with no rudder. MiG-21 with no rudder isn't that bad. Okay.
Okay, all players, 3F5, 5 kilometers west of Gauchi, heading east now. Engaging a single MiG-21.
Most of it's channel 9 on the RSPN. So, okay, I thought it was 8. Alright, cool. Okay, I'm landed at Mossack, gonna get a quick rearm and get back out there.
Zach, the front right of the cockpit, there's a reference card. Those are RSPN channels.
I've looked at that many times, and I can read each airfield, but I thought they've sometimes been inaccurate.
No, they're always correct. The people that say it's inaccurate are probably using the system wrong.
Okay.
What's our score tonight so far? Nothing.
MiG-21 is now heading east.
I haven't got a single kill and I've been shot down once because I forgot to arm my guns before I got into a dogfight. Do you talk on SRS? That's what I'm doing now. Like, when you hear me talking to these guys, I'm talking over SRS.
Take 28050.
28050, thanks.
Bravo,
Yep.
F5. 320, 35.
Okay, warn me once they get within 10 kilometers.
Copy. They're being dragged by the MiG-21. Rebel Magic. Rebel Magic. Let's try and set up a pincer maneuver if possible here. Okay, Ross, the Magic seems F5 is breaking off. We're sticking around and altitude.
Okay.
Oh my god, I lost my icon again. What the fuck?
Yeah. Dude, it doesn't matter. Just like give Baron calls and whatever. We'll just figure out the altitude.
Magic Diamond 24, please declare contact on my nose from right to left.
Rebel Magic, you're merged. F5.
Was that you who just took off something? No, I'm behind the MiG-19.
Sorry, Salty, I'll move away. I'm just waiting for Max to grab his beer.
Yeah, no rush.
Bravo, Magic. Magic.
Send it.
Rock, 020. Diamond 24.
Magic Diamond 24, send it.
275, 20.
Copy, 275.
Diamond 24, correct. 260 now.
Ross, merge call blind. Which direction?
Left side.
Magic Diamond 2 for altitude of the merge.
No indication, I've got the mark.
Rossmom still no joy.
Ross, are you on the deck or somewhere higher?
On the deck.
I'm coming into the area 260 from the east.
I'm totally blind on this guy.
Diamond 2 for 180. Snap 180.
Roger, 180.
I think he's probably higher.
Alright, I'll climb up.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Hey, M1. Yeah, there is, although it's kind of rough at the moment, I think.
Rossmom, you're 320 for 7 kilometers.
3207.
Tracking north.
There's an official A6 coming eventually.
Hey, we can use AWACS call up to determine the altitude, by the way. Just keep calling AWACS and say.
Magic Diamond 2 for still Mojo here on the Bandit.
Copy, Bandit 220, 10 kilometers.
Copy 220. Tally on the Bandit on the nose from left to right. Rocks 5 to blink.
Rossmom tally one off my nose distant, but I just got a merge call closer, I can't see it. 2 merge calls.
Rossmom left side. Contact database on your left. On your nose is a friendly MiG-21.
Another merge call, 2 times.
Yep, merge. You're merged now.
I don't see anything.
Right side. Right side, right side. Check 6, brake hard.
Tally.
Fox 2 on A5 on the nose. Probably too far away.
Oh, how did that fucking make the turn? Jesus. He got very lucky with that. That was like right on the edge of what an AIM-9 can manage. Take some tanks this time. Yeah, I'm having a shit run today. Holy fuck. Might go to Flight Simulator sooner than expected at this rate. Wait until that engine started before I get the other one going. I think technically you can start both at the same time, which you shouldn't be able to do. That hasn't been fixed yet. I don't think, but I could be wrong. I haven't tried to do it, so it may have been fixed. I just wouldn't know.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
Not that. These.
East side Cobra, Magic.
Been alright. Just picked up a new job the other week, so been settling in there. I'm going to assume that's the right antenna. It's probably not.
Cougar Magic.
Первый. 101. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Fancy 5-1.
Hello, Zenba. Welcome to the stream.
Right, 223 for 12. F5.
2 ship F5, I see them on radar, and there's a purple ahead of me.
Copy. Trailer is a MiG-21. Don't look at it.
Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
I will have these teammates on my nose. Good fighting.
Copy, yeah, single F5.
Magic 7-2, can I get an update, please?
Single F2, take bearing 220 for 20.
Oh shit, what's this?
Congrats on the new job and best of luck.
Holy crap, cheers M1. Really appreciate it. Damn. Thank you very much. But yeah, the new job's been going quite well so far, so I'm pretty happy with it.
Friendly, on your nose, friendly. Check, 8 o'clock.
Might be staying there for a while at this rate, which would be a welcome change. I'm cleaning at a bakery, so it's not super difficult work, but it's fairly busy work, which is, you know, what I like. It keeps me occupied, but it's not too rushed.
Looks like you guys are clear for down there. F5.
Yeah, really. I'm still waiting to find out, like, there's some dark secret or something, because everyone there just seems entirely too nice. I'm used to being yelled at all the time at work. So it's been a big change. So, I'm almost wondering, it's nice to carry the missiles on this for when F5s try and extend away, because the F5 is faster on the deck. It accelerates worse, but it is actually faster. So the missiles are nice to have for stopping people from extending away, but at the same time, the reason I think I'm getting popped, like the reason that last F5 had a missile shot on me, is because I didn't turn hard enough. Like, I was right on the edge of what an AIM-9 could manage, and it was because I didn't want to lose my missiles by pulling hard. So it might just be worth not taking them, or not really worrying if the missiles go. They'll usually fall off around 8G, which is what the ARU should be restricting me to anyway, but because I'm nervous about it, I'm only pulling like 5 or 6, which is nowhere near enough to evade shots like that.
Blind then.
I am behind you. So, there's another MiG who just passed us. I got an AWACS call for 5 clicks and it was at 1,000 meters, so it couldn't have been the Vigan. But maybe it was AWACS being bad, I don't know.
It could have been a Vigan. Some of them do fly up there.
No, like it crashed, like the Vigan I killed.
Oh. Oh, actually, I tell a lie. I did get 1 kill today, but it was a maneuver kill on a Vigan right at the start. He compressor stalled himself, so I'm 1 for 2 now.
Okay, Magic, what's the picture looking like? Where they at?
Nearest bandit is 280 for 30. Blue ship F5.
Okay, copy. I'm just gonna orbit here, keep every other MiG around me, and I'm gonna orbit around this area and let just more MiGs pile up and we can fight that 3 ship together.
Copy. The car on Magic. Copy. Copy. Just you orbit this area more or less. I'm gonna put you in support for sword 1-2 and salty.
So I can barely hear you, but just orbit the area I'm at. Copy. Magic Cormac, sector meets focus.
Then call that Magic, take sector north. That's sword 1-2 salty, take vector 300.
300, you said?
Don't know him from a total stranger. Yeah, that's fair. And the YouTube algorithm will tend to throw GR videos at you if you search for anything from DCS. The main thing that people kind of get up them for is a lot of the tutorials don't actually give you correct information, or it's literally like 40 minutes of watching somebody else teach Cap to do something. But what kind of soured me completely on GR stuff was finding out that they'd done a Kekistan campaign a few years ago and hadn't had the brains to remove it from YouTube and pretend it never happened either. So that was the point where I went from, yeah, I'm not a fan of GR, but probably shouldn't shit talk them, to like, nah, fuck this. Yes, they did do a Kekistan campaign. Fighting Antifa and the SJWs. Probably Cap's idea. Like, GR has members who are decent guys, but there are also members who are not so decent, so it is what it is. Unfortunately, DCS being a simulator does attract quite a few of those types. But usually they have the sense not to be so overt. I'll make sure I don't overspeed my fuel tanks.
That's probably my 6. Yeah, it is my 6.
Do they actually still do that? Or did I thought that they backed out of it after the backlash, but maybe not.
I want to forget a tally on the football as well.
CC community on World of Warships is fucking terrible. I haven't really kept track with World of Warships for a long time. I haven't played for at least probably 6 months, maybe longer. I did the Heisen grind to get that ship, but other than that, I haven't played for a long time.
Magic, can you vector me back to Belson, please? I got a problem.
Take off line. Last take off line.
Sorry, McCara.
Okay, McCara. Best line in your 120.
Is this a dogfight in
Thanks.
Magic Rossmom? Is this a dogfight in front of me?
Negative, front, he's open.
I just got a merge call unless that was the wreckage.
It could have been with the dead body. It could have been the dead body of the guy because he died high. See the fall.
He was falling for a good bit.
Yeah.
Break. Nearest bandit, 350, head. For Rossman.
350 for 10.
For the rest of us, please. For the rest of us.
I'm right next to you.
Diamond 4, 220, 15.
Copy 22015. I pressed him on the deck.
I just got the merge call.
You are on the deck, guys?
Yeah, I'm on the deck.
2307.
Copy.
Ross got merged but blind.
Magic now, let's switch to bogey. Looks like they're flying away. They're 500 meters. They're on the deck.
I'm blind. Where are they?
I don't know. I just got them in the airwax code.
Rossman, contact faded. I don't know
They're heading east. They're heading east. They're heading east. Just go east. Oh, never mind. I think I want my 6 here, I think. Flaring. What for players?
Diamond 24 on your 6.
I don't see.
Snap left. Snap left, 2705.
2705.
Hey, missile trail out there.
Yeah, I see somebody got splashed or something.
Cormac, on your nose, 120.
I'm merged again. Yeah, somebody got splashed, but I have no clue who.
Ross merged with something on my left.
Yeah, let's see, I got an F5 over the river.
Fuck me, I lost him right away.
I just merged with a MiG-19. 19's on guns.
Ross blind. Zach, there's one under you. Or whoever's with me, there's one under you.
You're right. No, you're right. No, you're right. I'm picking up
We're all fucking merged with each other. What the fuck?
Yeah, Jesus Christ, what is going on?
There's a Vigan, there's a Vigan.
I'm on his 6 up.
What a clusterfuck.
I see the F5, going from?
That is on the 6, on the F5.
Have you got a shot?
F5, I'll go for the Vigan. I'll go for the Vigan.
No. I think that's Nellis behind the Vigan. Nellis, have you got a shot?
Sorry, I have the Vigan, yeah.
Yeah, Nellis is on the Vigan now. We gotta look for this F5.
Nellis just got splashed. Nellis just got splashed.
I'm still flying, but the wing is not to OI.
You're not gonna be flying for very much longer.
Fucking warp speed Vigan.
Ross, I'm on your 6.
I'm chasing the Vigan, but he's going fucking warp speed. He's right in front of me.
I know. I'm right on your 6, but I don't know what killed Nellis.
I don't either.
I think there's another 19 right with the F5.
I don't think that's going to reach, but we'll try it.
The 19 firing guns to your right wing. Okay, that's me. On an F5-6. Okay, copy. I see you and the F5. I'm coming in. I can't burn though. I'm very, very low kill. I see the F5.
I'm still on the Vigan.
Okay, looks like you're swarming him.
Looks like he might be slowing down.
So I told what to two big 19s on the F5.
Okay, F5 is dead. F5 is dead. Got him. Yeah, I got shot. Okay, F5 is gone. Hey, I need a vector to
It's a fucking bullshit plane.
Code 1-2, take vector 120, 40.
Cormac team.
I wonder if Nellis oversped himself, maybe trying to keep up with this guy.
I would recommend pulling off while going back.
I've almost got this guy.
Okay.
Ross on your clear by the looks of it.
Fuck it. We'll just eyeball it. Fucking turn with me, come on. God, I wish I'd saved that missile. That would have killed him right there. How close am I to Nalchik right now?
Nalchik is 10 kilometers southwest. Okay, Ross's second Ving is bound for your southwest.
How close?
8 kilometers.
Oh, you piece of shit fucking thing.
Oh my god, Ross, that guy's right there, huh?
Yeah, breaking off the first guy. Fucking broke ass plane.
On your left side, almost merged. Merged.
Blind. Oh, I see him.
45, recognized.
45-1, take vector 3-0 for 30.
What the fuck? I just lost sight of him somehow. I have no idea where he's gone.
Contact data for me.
I think he might have disconnected. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if he's there or not.
No, he killed me. Yeah, well, the devs are full of shit. But, you know, people just believe them because Heap Blur can do no wrong, and we're out of MiG-19s now. God fucking damn. I also need to rebind my trigger on the 19 to the first stage, because the second stage just doesn't work out very well with it. Works on the 21, but on the 19 the rate of fire is low enough that... Wrong button. Just controls. That's kind of awkward. Actually, no, I should probably clear that first, and then... There we go. Just make it a little easier for those shots. What's wrong with the Vigan? What isn't wrong with the Vigan? It can fly with no wings. It can fly with no canards. It can... When it catches fire, it can fly as if there's nothing wrong with it. It won't burn down. It overspeeds by anything between 100 and 400 kilometers an hour, actually 500 kilometers an hour, depending on atmospheric conditions. When you fire, so the RB-24s, right, and the 74s, the air-to-air missiles, the Sidewinders, when you fire them, it increases your maximum speed because the launch rails have negative drag on them somehow. So if you fly the Viggen with 6 air-to-air missiles on the deck, you can do about, I did write it down somewhere, it's like 1450 kilometers an hour, which is above your VNE, but theoretically the aircraft could do it if it was clean, not with 6 missiles. If you fire 2, you go up to like the high 1500s. I think it is. High 1500s, low 1600s. You fire 2 more, you're into the like high 1600s, low 1700s. You fire your last 2, so you're clean, and you can get up to between 1780 and 1800 kilometers an hour at standard sea level, which is just fucking ridiculous. Like, nothing can do that. The F-111 could theoretically get close to, like, about somewhere in the 1600 range, maybe 17 if you're lucky, but it had a skin temperature gauge because skin heat becomes a problem above about 1300. The Viggen couldn't even go that fast. It didn't have the thrust to go that fast, let alone be able to sustain it. It flies faster than the theoretical record breaker they built, which had all the avionics and weapons ripped out and ultra smooth. Yeah, all the antennas pulled off, the paint was stripped and it was polished. Like, the Viggen in DCS flies impossibly fast at low altitude, and it's because Heat Blur say there's nothing wrong with it, because there's this, like, bizarre, completely baseless belief that the Viggen was somehow, like, amazingly fast at low altitude. It's not. It's not. Like, it could do the same speed within the limits. The same speed at low altitude as basically any other aircraft of its era. The MiG-21, 1300. That's a limit. That's not a thrust limit. That's an actual safety limit. MiG-23, 1350. Again, safety limit, not thrust limit. Viggen was limited to 1350. Most supersonic fighters of the era were limited to 1300 to 1400. The JA-37, which is the fighter version of the Viggen, was increased to 1450, but that's as fast as its limit was increased to. Again, theoretically it has a thrust to get up into the mid-1400s, maybe even the low 1500s, but you wouldn't want to sustain that because skin heating is very, very, very bad. Like, very bad. If you get aluminium above a certain temperature, it just pretty much loses all of its structural integrity right away. Like, it's not a gradual fall off. It's, you get it up to a point and it just drops. But, you know, the DCS community, most of whom have never sat in an actual plane, let alone done the engineering behind designing one, they all think that it's totally realistic. So, like, the Viggen should be quick to accelerate, and it should be reasonably fast on the deck. The MiG-19 shouldn't be able to keep up with the Viggen on the deck, but the actual accelerating away so quickly my missiles couldn't catch him at that range? Yeah, that's a little... What is VVS? That's the abbreviation for Air Force in Russian. Военно-воздушные силы.
UWU notices your we're aspect FWAUX1.
Why? Thanks for the resub, Gilson, but why? Let's see if we can follow the actual startup procedure in this today. So, SPS off, starter and extinguisher, cone, battery heat, and then aerodrome battery power, inverter number 1, service pump, DC gen, that's a DC gen, isn't it? Yeah, it's DC gen, ignition. This is how you actually start the plane without blowing up the fuses. Or at least it should be, if I remember to uncage the throttle. No, I do not, Pom. Get out of here with that. And once the engine's spooled up, I can start turning the other shit on. So, the reason my usual startup works is because the electrical system's not modeled entirely correctly. The MiG can... I don't think you understand how the flaps in this work. They auto-retract above a certain speed. You might have your flaps set to take off, they're not out at Mach 2. Like, above about 450 kilometers an hour indicated, the flaps come up. Now, they're not modeled entirely correctly because they come up progressively. They should actually come up in stages, so there should be a set speed where it comes up to take off, and then another set speed where it comes up completely. In DCS currently, they come up proportional to your airspeed, which is not right. But the MiG-21, like all Mikoyan aircraft I'm aware of, has auto-retracting flaps. You cannot overspeed them. And people keep pointing to the MiG-21's flaps. Ooh, well, people turn fight the MiG-21 with its flaps out. How can it do that if the Tomcat can't? Because they're totally different aircraft, and they're engineered in totally different ways. The reason the Tomcat flaps are not rated for high speed or high G is because the torque tubes run along the entire length of the wing. They're full span flaps, right? And if you notice, the Tomcat has quite significant wing flex. And so, if you've got the flaps out or in motion under a particularly high G load or at high speed, the wing flex is going to break the torque tubes. That's why you get flaps jamming. Jesus, Gilson, cheers for gifting those subs. But yeah, it's not common knowledge, that's the thing, because it's not really written in many places. So people don't really know about it. And then there's like, oops, shouldn't have turned that off. And then, like for instance, in Chuck's guide, and this is probably because he didn't know it either, which is fair, it's not easy information to find. Chuck put in his guide, why am I... See, this has fucked up my whole procedure now. He put not to use the flaps to maneuver in combat. There's no restriction on that. Maybe, like, doctrinally they would train you not to, but there's no reason that you shouldn't, really. Like, it doesn't hurt the aircraft. Okay, now I can think. Dahlgren, thanks for the follow. So what I was doing there is I was attempting to use the actual, like, don't blow up the fuses startup procedure, but as you can see, because I have changed my procedure, it started fucking with me and I started going through flipping switches I shouldn't have been flipping. So this is going to take some time to learn, I think. Because it's like completely out of sequence with my usual startup. The other thing with the Vigan is that this is something that won't be fixable until we have like a way to restrict loadouts. There are scripts that do it, but Alpin won't use them. The AJ-37, as opposed to the AJS, which we have in DCS, the AJ-37, which is the relevant Cold War version from the 70s, could not carry more than 2 air-to-air missiles. It couldn't carry the RB-74 at all, and it couldn't carry more than 2 air-to-airs. Holy shit, cheers Steve. Very nice, appreciate it, man. So yeah, the AJ-37 could only carry 2 RB-24s of whatever variety on the inboard pylons. It could only carry 2 Mavericks on the inboard pylons. The more astute among you may have noticed that that's a problem because you can only carry either air-to-air or Mavericks, not both. It had no data cartridge, so you had to plug in everything by hand. It had no turn nav, because that runs off the data cartridge because the Vigan's internal memory is too low. The Vigan has 28k of internal memory in a great big, like, ferrite core. The DTC is where the bulk of the memory is on the AJS. It has like 3 megabytes, I think. It's not much, but that's what TurnAv runs off of. Leave that alone, that's already set right.
back, 270, 13.
Yeah, a lot of people think the DTC was like an 80s thing. It's not. It was a 90s thing. Like, the DTC came in the 90s with the AJS upgrade,
Copy that side.
which was a mid-90s upgrade program, by the way.
I don't see him.
And again, this comes back to what I've said before. DCS players really overestimate the technology available during the Cold War. Really overestimate it.
On me or something? Oh no, he's boxing on another guy.
Yeah, on another guy. You're third one.
Yeah.
Magic, I'm out to 4. Can I recommit?
Hey, from 25014.
How big a 3 megabyte drive would be in the 80s? Probably pretty big.
Vision 3004.
Yeah, but the brilliant was like, what can we do with the most possible money thrown at it? Which was kind of an outlier. The actual weapon systems in use, in service, were not that sophisticated. Really into bakery now? I can't cook. Like, I'm working in a bakery, but I'm working as a cleaner because I can't cook. I'm definitely not a baker.
Tally. No missiles, he's gonna just run away from me now.
Take a look if this would be an option for us, but no promises for now, so do not get your hopes high. I'd be happy with them fixing the fucking AJS. Like, we can kind of simulate an AJ with weapon restrictions, but we can't simulate a plane that flies according to the laws of physics right now, so... Fix the AJS first, please, heat blower, then you can work on an AJ if you want.
On your gun. He's almost stalled out, this guy. I hit him, I think. Oh, I just made him die. Whoa, Cormac! Oh, wait, oh, and then he's got TK. Wait, did Cormac just die?
Wasn't Brilliant tuned to look for, like, T-55 or T-72 engine sounds? All Soviet tanks? So I was going to say, if it was just those, they would have had an interesting time since the Soviets didn't deploy T-72s to Germany.
Down to 2-4, yep, he's on your nose, yeah?
Correction, he was on my nose, now he's nothing.
Alright, good kill.
Well, 55, 62s, and 72s, whatever. The group of Soviet forces in Germany was T-62s, T-64s, and T-80s. They didn't have any T-72s there. The East Germans had T-72s, however.
I just saw a call 033 for 20 kilometers. Squad 1-2.
Say again, say vector.
I just got an AWACS call 033 for 20 kilometers. And I see something offline at...
I shouldn't have chased that fucking Vigan. Like, really, I shouldn't have chased that guy. That was stupid of me. I need to, like, shut up and actually think about what I'm doing today, I think.
You're making me nervous here, Zachary.
Well, I swear, I don't know, man, 'cause I see you RPVing, but I thought I saw another aircraft.
Okay, 412, magic. 29043 F5. Approval, magic.
Magic, I just got another call, like 000 for 12. It can't be the Vigan, there's another bandit over here.
Blind.
Sometimes the AI sees things the player doesn't.
Break, code 12, break hard, friendly fire. Code 12, break hard.
Got it, I'm playing. Oh my god, R60 just track in, huh?
Fucking hell.
I'm out of flash. What's this MiG?
No, I don't. I don't use the North Korean livery or the radar pods. And the time I did just to please you, it was a complete fuckfest.
Johnny. Alright, I need to go back to get some more flares, man.
I'm so sloppy in this thing after being in the 19. The 19 flies a lot smoother. It's not as twitchy as the 21. You can't master them, my dude. There's nothing to master. The radar pods are fucking useless.
Magic, you're merged. F5 on your right. Yeah. Service duty.
The only time you'd use them is if you're on too short of a runway for a normal takeoff run. Which doesn't exist really in DCS. This will take off on any runway in the game, just fine. I just remembered I still owe Davey a F-15 run. I'm not sure if he's here today though. Next time I see him in chat I'll have to try and remember. No, Pom, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I fly with my livery and with no radar. If you want to do North Korea memes, you fly the 21. Dude, I can't even learn the languages I want to learn. I have no reason to learn Korean. I do not want my life accelerated. My life is already accelerated beyond my control. I don't want that getting worse. Yes, it is. It is.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Wait, what's going on?
2 F5 inbound from northwest, northwest, 300.
Okay. I'll load it here and wait for them to come to me.
Okay, I'll go help Ross, then if it's a 2-ship, I think just grab me out, I'm fine.
Copy that. Keep vector 075.
Yeah, it just fades into background noise.
Okay, can you give me a vector
Except
for,
when somebody locks you.
Ross, please, buddy?
Have to pick an option? No! No, I'm not picking an option.
The F5's how far?
F5 is around 50 kilometers, 50-60 kilometers, 370.
Copy, how far is Rossman?
Rossum is your 40 kilometers to your southwest.
No.
Let's burn off our belly tank while we're doing this.
Just taking off from left side, can you vector me? Cormac.
Cormac, take bearing 300.
Fuck, wrong direction.
Moscow traffic, MiG-19 on the final approach from west. Sorry, correction, east.
I think I saw something off my nose. Is this Rossman?
Negative, that's critical. Sword 1-2, Rossum is your 190 for 20.
Okay, and the F5s are where?
F5s are 265 for 30.
Okay, route Rossman one of those F5s and I can engage first, then he can be...
Hey, Yink.
One F5 is being engaged by MiG-19. I'm going to vector you for 270 for 38. Second F5. Rossum, if you go 320 for 40.
320, 40. I'm past it already. Flying is a fucking mess today. Maybe I should have slept in. Oh, that was a tree. Thankfully, one without a collision model.
Charlie 2 in the air, point 12. Assuming that's the 19 and the F5.
No, I didn't see it yet.
Copy, buddy.
I haven't had a chance to check the channel for a while.
Right, Roswell, correct. 290, 25.
Tally. 2 friendlies, 1 enemy.
They have 2 F5, 1 MiG-19, and
Yep, seen.
1-2 coming inbound.
Patrick, I'm going to engage this F5 off my nose here. Where's the other F5 in relation to this guy?
2 stops. Roswell, take 270,
Yeah, he's faded off scope, but I saw him for a moment.
Salty magic.
Ross merge point.
2 F5.
Oh, Tally, right wing.
Yes. So for the 2 F5 on your 290, 35.
Charlie 290, and there's another one, 240.
Yeah, forget the 210.
Why would you turn away, my dude?
Engaged by Roswell right now.
Copy, going for 260 now.
Missile away.
290.
290,
Splash.
Good kill. Roswell, now take another vector, 320.
320.
I splashed my F5 with guns, he's going down.
Copy, Zachary, get to ship F5.
Tally both.
300, 10.
Oh, god damn it. Okay.
Zach, you got 2 friendlies with you. You're good, man.
I'm always good, even if I was the only one.
True.
Alright, Maverick, where's,
I got 1 locked.
Who's the call sign? Take call sign.
short one too? I need to know where they're.
Third 1-2, you're 220.
Copy, have they merged?
Things starting over speed.
Copy.
I'm about to have an R3R shot on one.
Right, two ship, my 12. What is that? Who is this? Like, you need to get call signs, boys. Call signs. I said Magic Cormac. Okay, Cormac. Cormac, 2 F5, 29030.
Ross, I see you engaging. I see you popping the flares. I see your missile.
Oh, he's actually cold. That won't hit him. It's a 2 ship. I'm behind both of them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get closer and fire again.
Wow. They're literally just sitting there, huh?
Like, salty magic.
Missile away. That should hit. Oh, I just got hit.
290.
Did I just get fucking friendly fired? Or what? Or did they drag me over a SAM? What the fuck hit me? Oh. That's their FARP. That was their fucking FARP. Okay. So. Oh, I forgot to turn my fucking blown flaps back. I need to memorize this procedure. So, SPS off. Extinguisher starter. Nose cone. Battery. Inverter 1. Service pump. DC gen. Ignition. Go ahead and set up the RSBN while we wait. It's more proper. I don't think it's 100%, but it's more proper.
I'm pretty sure I just got fleet base.
No, that was their FARP that we got dragged over.
No, you flew over their farm.
Oh, okay.
So, mark that on the map and don't let anyone fly near it.
Ross, I thought you ran into your own R3R.
No. It was a fucking Avenger.
Anything, I was so confused.
Okay, I just advise everyone to fly east after.
I would recommend just keeping SFS on, honestly.
Copy, yeah. I've got no icon, so I can't mark some shit.
Ross, is this you? Do you have a MiG-21 on your right?
I got a MiG-21 way down the other end of the apron on my right. Oh yeah, it's grey, it's here.
There you go. Yeah, well, I killed the other F5, Ross. So
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering why they were being such easy targets, but then it was like, oh, well, questions that answer themselves, it was a trap.
Right. Exactly.
Okay, that's set. We don't really need the heating, but we'll set that anyway. Did I forget anything this time? Flaps, RSBN, SPS. That's aligned. Weapons are configured. Gun sights configured. Yes, I did forget something very important. Not that. That.
We just got a merge call, don't call.
There we go.
Copy. Cormac, you got abandoned.
Off for takeoff? I mean, it only trips if the flaps are all the way down, doesn't it?
Left side.
So it should be fine just leaving it on, because it won't actually
Yep, about to merge. Left side.
run.
On your stick now. Not a factor. Salty merged.
Oh, Jesus, you're pulling out. Oh, I'm sorry, you don't have any missiles on your wings.
Oh shit, yeah, good call. I'm trying to teach myself the actual startup procedure and it's a fucking train wreck.
Salty, check stick.
Checking.
Somebody told me you might need me.
No joy for Salty.
Передвига по плану.
Oh, I see him. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
Why many DCS modules like worn off are very used? Because most aircraft are. It's very rare to have a factory new aircraft in any air force. Most of these planes are older than the pilots that fly them. Even things like the F-18, F-15, F-16, they're older than the pilots that are flying them.
More inbound. Not in a good spot here. Cormac and Salty just flew east.
Yeah, copy.
090.
Full burn if you can.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
Brand new textures in games also look too sterile? Yeah, very much so.
Oh, my gear was down. Nice.
What are the two free aircraft you get with DCS? The TF-51, which is a trainer version of the Mustang with no guns, and the Su-25T, other end of the runway, maybe?
Magic for Mecca just
F5
The Su-25T is like
left side.
kind of kludged together upgrade of the Su-25.
Switch to you. Break left.
I wouldn't say it's a counter. Well, it kind of is a counterpart to the A10, sort of.
Merged.
The doctrine's a little different.
270.
And unlike the A10, very, very few Su-25Ts were built, mostly Su-25As, and then the SM upgrade.
Okay, you overshot me. Very necessary.
There's another one. 621 just merged.
Yeah, that's Zach, Mr. Emergency Afterburner, who's always restarting his engine because he always has the emergency afterburner switch on.
Magic Diamond 2-4.
I prefer the Su-25A, partly because the Su-25T shouldn't even be in the game. It's that rare. It's basically a prototype. And also the Su-25A's just got more character. Jesus, Zach!
Alright, well, look, look, we have to pull in at some point, so...
Why are you like this?
Everything is okay. Your plane isn't touched.
This is, like, one of the best pilots on our team, by the way. Not that you would notice it. Him, Yink, and Davey are like the fucking three horsemen of the apocalypse. And of all of them, I think Davey is the only one who has any concept of, like, telling you what he's about to do.
Cormac, snap left, second F5.
Reflection textures are awful. I mean, real-time reflections would be nice, but they would also kill your PC the way DCS runs. They're not great, but they're not that bad. Honestly, they're better than nothing. They're a lot better than what we had. And a lot of people still think that they're unrealistic. This is probably toned down now compared to real life. In real life, you can focus past them so you don't notice them as much, but... Like, people were saying, oh, it destroys combat. Oh, it's impossible to spot people now. Like, no, it's not. Just get good. Like, literally, just get good. I've not had a single problem spotting people through the reflections. I've had trouble spotting people under cloud shadows, though, which is also a real-life thing. My old home airport didn't use the runway lights unless an airliner was coming in, and on an overcast day, I could not see the runway until I was about 3 miles from it.
Timing.
Oh my god, what was that takeoff? That was very nearly a tail strike. I'm very wobbly today.
Sorry, go ahead.
Cormac, Magic, another F5 coming in on your left side as well. On your nose.
Magic, this is still on turn last one. Can you give us a vector to Cormac immediately?
Check 6, brake, Cormac. Brake.
I don't even see where Zach went, because he flew into the sun. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, correct stuff. No, there's no way you can help
I've barely flown the 21 for the past couple weeks, so I'm all over the place now.
Go for those F5s.
260 for 60 kilometers.
What have you been flying? The MiG-19?
280 48.
Partly for my own enjoyment, partly for testing.
This flight's happening north of Delchick, so if you want to stay, back east, then.
Well, there's several other things can, so I think let's just like go and fight, honestly.
I'll let you eat all the Avengers first, then.
Yeah.
Good plan.
Cold War's open beta. Pretty much nobody plays multiplayer, at least PvP, in stable. There's like, honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. Unless you play with a squadron who play on stable, don't be on stable. There's literally no reason. Stable has a bunch of bugs that made it through open beta, and it doesn't have any of the actual good new features that open beta does. There's no reason to use stable. A lot of people tout stable as like a magical fix to bugs, but it's not. Because quite often, serious bugs make it into the stable build, and they don't get fixed for 6 months because stable doesn't get updated that often. So, open beta might be broken for a week, but at least it won't be broken for 6 months like stable is.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Magic, Sizzle, can you declare my nose there's like 4 bogeys?
There's alpha and old alpha, yeah, pretty much.
Go get him, Tiger.
Friendlies over there? Single MiG-15.
I think the 19 died, yeah? I just saw him die.
Magic, Sizzle, I'm gonna anchor Magic, I'm on 2-4. Can you give me RAF for this bullshit as well? I wanna join in.
Haven't been able to get this info on the forums. Yeah, the forums are full of misinformation, unfortunately. Like, I get that people who do play unstable have, like, this idea that they know what's right, but like I said, if you don't play with a squadron, like, if you do mostly single-player stuff or you play with an organized squadron, then you might have reasons to play unstable, but if you want to play multiplayer, don't play stable. Just don't. Don't do that to yourself.
Copy, Charlie 1. Going high. He's flanking kind of right. He's going
You want to take the right? Do you want to take the right? I'll take the left.
I'll take right. I'll take right. I can't even see left, so yeah.
Radar, my dude.
No, you're right.
Let's put one in there, see about the merch.
I'm about to murder this front guy here.
Oh, dropped lock. Immediately. I don't see my guy. Oh, I do. He's going high.
Okay, copy. I just went with mine. Somebody just foxed over here?
Yeah, I fired an R3R, but it went dumb immediately. My guy and I are above the clouds.
Yeah.
Magic, I'm on 2-4.
Watch. Check your 6. Check your 6. Check your 6.
My 6 is clear. My 6 is clear.
All right, my F5's on somebody.
Oh,
What's
okay.
happening, guys?
No, he's on you. He's on you. Break. Shut up.
That's not me. That's not me. That's
Whoa.
another guy. That's another guy.
Fuck.
Hey, I'm going out for that guy.
Diamond 2-4, 320, 20.
Copy. Oh, tally on the 4 ball.
He's fired. He's fired. He's fired. Fuck. Why am I so fucking wobbly today?
Fox on mine?
I fired on mine.
Oh, server rotated. Oh my god.
Did it?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That was the worst fucking engagement I think I've ever flown. That was so sloppy. You can tell I've been flying the 19 more. I was just stalling the whole way through that fight.
That one.
Are you quite sure the server's rotated? Because I just got a lock warning. I'm still getting a lock warning intermittently.
Well, everyone is frozen in the air, so...
Yeah, same. But I think server's dead, actually. Maybe not rotating? I think server literally died. We're not rotating. Confused.
It's kinda rotation as well, right? It's gonna be next lap, right?
Oh, there we go.
Finally. Alright, it is.
I might hop over to Flight Simulator now. I'm flying like dog shit today. The server went down. Yeah, it actually crashed. It actually crashed. If it was rotation, we would have gone back in. So the server crashed. We'll switch over. I'm not finishing Ace Combat today. Sorry about the horrific fucking flying I subjected you guys to today. That was really, like, Jesus, that was bad. Cheers for the resub, Altar. Actually, that was a Prime sub, my bad. But thank you. What's up? I am flying badly. That's what's up. We're gonna do some flight sim. I have really good days and really bad days, and today was a bad day, I think. I'm gonna have to teach myself that startup procedure offline, because trying to do it on stream is distracting, but I need to memorize going through that and then going through everything else without forgetting anything. So the reason I like my actual usual startup procedure you guys usually see me do, the reason I do things in that specific order is because it's the easiest for me to remember. There's no jumping from one side of the cockpit to the other. There's no doing shit out of sequence. It's literally from right to left, left to right, right to left again. Everything done. Almost impossible for me to miss anything. But the actual, like, the startup you do to not blow up the electrical system in the real aircraft is a little bit more kind of hunting around the cockpit for individual switches. Just until you get the engine running, at which point you're okay to start turning all your other stuff on as normal. Ultimately, DCS started as a switchology simulator, so maybe I should teach myself the proper switchology. That would be a big brain maneuver. Oh no, there's an update. Oh no, how big is it? Sim Update 4 is now available. Microsoft Flight Simulator is getting a major update. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, we might be doing just chatting for like an hour at this rate. Let's see. No hot tub? No. I do actually have a bath in this place compared to the old one, but it's not a very big bath, and, you know, I don't think that's the kind of content that I'm aiming for, if I'm dead honest. IL-2, we'll see. We'll see how big the patch is for this. We might do IL-2 if it's like a fucking massive one that's going to take hours. What about some Ace Combat while it downloads? No, I'm not in the mood for Ace Combat today. I'm just, like, absolutely not in the mood for it. Don't think the world's prepared to handle Ross and sexy simultaneously. Well, don't worry, because those two things will never coincide. You played Rise of Flight? I used to. I haven't played it for a long time. I need to actually get back into it at some point, assuming it's still alive. But yeah, I used to play it quite a bit when it first came out. Yeah, they are mutually exclusive. That is very true. Zach, I swear to God, next time I'm flight lead, every time you're flight lead, you either nearly run me off the fucking taxiway, or you take us, like, away from the combat zone. I appreciate the formation practice, but Jesus, dude. You're like me, you don't warn the person that's flying form with you what you're doing, you just do it. Didn't know the 23's pre-MLD can only deploy the slats with the flaps? Yeah, they're mechanically linked together. $5 gig? It's not bad. It'll take a while, but it's not bad. Why is this not full screen? There we go. Yeah, I know. I should really turn the in-game music off in this, actually. But I have no way of doing it while it's updating. I'll just tab out. If I tab out, it stops the game sound, or it should. It has on my end, it should on your end as well. While I'm waiting for this, I'm going to fetch myself another cup of tea, because I think we have all established by this point I need way more caffeine than I have in me. So I'll be right back. Stream Battle Tanks Global. I don't have a PS1, my dude. The only 2 consoles I have ever owned are an original Xbox, which is out at my parents' place, with all my other old stuff, and an Xbone, which is next to me. Sleeping for real? Sleep well, man. Catch you later. Hey, Saber. Let's check out these patch notes. Oh god, I shouldn't have tabbed back in, it's going to fuck up with the music. New ARAC cycle, FAA data has been implemented to our nav data solution, departure gates are now saved in flight plan, fixed crash and other issues, blah 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 blah. Live air traffic using the wrong model. Fixed an issue where some live air traffic aircraft have broken call signs. Increase the density of live air traffic. Aircraft that are not on the ground but have an altitude of 0 will now appear at a default altitude of 5,000 meters. That 5,000 seems a bit much for that. I get, like, that's... I would have made it 500, personally. Like, I get what they're going for, but I would have made that 500. 5,000 seems a bit much. Live traffic stability has been improved. ATC phraseology improvements to FAA standards. Wording only. Weather. You'll hear the music come back on as I tab back in to scroll. Reduced weather data bandwidth. That's always helpful, I guess. Improved precision of live snow coverage. Visual effect only in assistance now does properly deactivate other weather effects. Visual icing has been renamed icing in the dev mode because it impacts the whole icing system. Icing in dev mode only changes visual effects if visual effect only is activated. 51 brake shot, thanks for the follow. Just waiting for flight sim to update, because DCS was a bit of a shit show for me today. Accelerated pitot icing model while making it slower to defrost. Fixed icing, pitot icing not scaling with number of instruments. Fixed overspeed control of vibrations not affected by pitot icing, and decreased structural icing rate by a factor of 15. Man, I wish we had icing in DCS, wouldn't that be cool? We at least have pitot tubes freezing up, that's better than nothing, I guess. Did they actually fix anything with the flight model? I'm not going to read out everything, I'll just skip through. Flaps, stall, wing and fuselage update to flight model. Well, that's nice and vague. I wonder what that does. Do they still ignore G-loading? I don't know. I haven't seen anything about it being fixed, but I haven't really been paying attention, if I'm honest. Just got back from my cousin's high school graduation party and have been awake for 24 hours, so tired I'm either going to fall asleep or play Cyberpunk, probably the former. Yeah, 24 hours is right around that kind of zone where you feel deathly tired, but if you make it through, you get the second wind. I think my second wind usually kicks in around 24, 25. There's a lot of turboprop stuff. Weather radar now displays precipitation instead of cloud coverage. Stability and inertia pass on Cessnas. Flight model handling update for the Cessna 152. Pass on engine power and propeller drag. Looks like it's mostly stuff for their existing, like, vanilla planes. Flight model. Added elevator lift coefficient, rudder lift coefficient, fuselage gear... Sorry. Fuselage... I can speak. Fuselage lateral CX to give aircraft creators better control over its plane. You mean they didn't have that to begin with? Oof. That seems like something you would want your third parties having access to. There we go. Caffeine obtained. Embraer jets? I don't know. There might be some third-party ones. I don't think there's any in the game by default. The thing is, so I've said this before about this sim. I think because it was rushed out the door to keep the shareholders from shitting their pants, they kind of had to prioritize what they put into the sim on release. And what they put into the sim on release were obviously the terrain stuff and the weather stuff, all the fancy things that this game is basically a tech demo for. But the other thing which Asobo seemed to have focused on was getting the feel of general aviation right. Which, to an extent, they did. So, as I've said before when flying this, with the vanilla aircraft, like, flight simulators never had good vanilla aircraft. You've always needed third-party stuff to have anything, like, decent. The vanilla aircraft in this, I can't speak to the flight models because I haven't flown any of the vanilla aircraft in this in real life, but the vanilla aircraft look, sound, and, to me at least, feel exactly like flying an aircraft does. The rumble of the wheels on the runway, the way the engine causes vibrations through the airframe at certain power settings, like the kind of this buzz you get, particularly on your takeoff roll, because it's rattling the different parts around the cockpit. That's all, they've nailed that. The way that turbulence affects the aircraft, the way wind affects it, all of that, nailed it. But because general aviation pilots generally aren't going out pulling G's and doing fucking loops and shit, they forgot the kind of important thing that, you know, those kinds of maneuvers affect your aircraft's stall speed. Like, because, you know, you're loading up the aircraft. They basically forgot that accelerated stalls exist, because the average GA pilot will never experience an accelerated stall because they're never flying the aircraft anywhere near where that will happen. If they do experience one, it's usually secondary to something else, like they've tried to avoid another aircraft or terrain or something and then they've stalled it. Generally speaking, though, in normal flight, a GA pilot will never ever be anywhere near one because they're flying wings level most of the time, or they're in a gentle bank. You know, it's kind of generally taught not to bank steeper than about 30 degrees, especially if somebody's got in mind to becoming an airline pilot later, because 30 degrees is about the threshold where passengers will start, like, complaining about shit. If you bank at 60, like I tended to, the passengers will be fucking freaking out in the back. So they don't really... Yeah, that's why I will never ever be an airline pilot. I just have, like, I think that the minimum angle I've ever banked at was like 45 degrees. Like, even in the circuit where it's not... The speed I was at, it wasn't really dangerous. I had a huge margin above my stall speed, but like my instructor kind of side-eyed me when I did it. I was like, well, we're nowhere near stall speed. It's good. Don't worry about it. Like, it's fine. But I think that did sketch him out a little. But yeah, like most GA pilots will never encounter that, and most flight simulator players, like most really committed flight simulator players, are not... They're flying airliners, or they're flying GA stuff. They're not going to be encountering accelerated stalls in a fucking 737. Like, they're not. So I think what Asobo did was either they forgot that it was a thing, because most if not all of the devs that work on this are pilots themselves, right? That was part of what they marketed the game on, that it's a pilot, like a game made for pilots by pilots. It's possible they just forgot about it, because it's usually something that goes in one ear and out the other during flight training, but again, because most people just never encounter these conditions. Or potentially they didn't forget about it, but they figured it wasn't a priority because most of their player base wouldn't be encountering those conditions. Now, those of us who are a bit more on the cowboy side of things, the first thing we do is aerobatics as soon as we get in game, and it's like, something doesn't feel right, and it didn't take long for people to realize what the problem was. Yeah, most of the VATSIM guys will never even notice. Look, some of the VATSIM guys are like actual real-world airliner pilots, and they know what they're doing. Some of the VATSIM guys have never touched a real plane in their life, but they study hard, and they work hard, and they know what they're doing. Some of them, as soon as the autopilot disconnect triggers for whatever reason, will shit their pants and do the worst possible thing and end up in a spin. Like, you get this really kind of broad spectrum of skill in Civvy Sims, even on VATSIM, where, you know, everyone's supposed to be doing everything by the book and they're supposed to be really hardcore aviation guys. Some of them will be more switched on than others, shall we say. And I mean, that's a real thing too. Like, not all people who fly planes for a living, even not all military pilots, are natural flyers. Some of them have to stick to the things that are written in the book, because if they didn't, they'd probably kill themselves. Like, not every pilot's a natural pilot. Some pilots are natural pilots and generally have a good sense of what the aircraft's doing, but don't really have a good ability to do things by the book, because it's just like it, you know, they fly by feel. Day one of DCS with MiG-15, I discovered wing stalling while turning too sharp and too hard. Yeah, the MiG-15 also has the fun trait where if you overspeed it, your controls lock up and it tries to kill itself. That was the one I discovered. I knew about wing stalling, I didn't know about that one. Made a game primarily for the normal safe, tubeliner, and Cessna. Yeah, exactly. And within that safe envelope, it feels almost true to life. Individual flight models for some of the planes are wrong, like the vanilla planes are wrong. But if you fly it by the numbers, as the book tells you to, it feels like real life. Now, as soon as you start pulling fucking high alpha in a Cessna Citation like POM did, or you start trying to do aerobatics in a 172 like some of the other guys that have brought up this issue did, you're gonna find out that there's some problems with the flight modeling really quick. Like, really, really quick. It's immediately apparent. I didn't forget that Microsoft Flight was their last attempt. In fact, I played Microsoft Flight for a little while. That was what introduced me to the Icon A5. After I turned 22 to 23, I can't really skip sleeping anymore. Get a headache, won't go off until I get to sleep. Like, after 24 hours, I might not be tired, but the headache just won't let me be. Even if I get a full 8 hours of sleep, and my body needs 8 hours exactly, any more or less than 8 hours and I'm fucked. But I can get a full 8 hours of sleep, But if I stayed up the day before, or even 2 days before, if I've shifted my sleeping time by more than about an hour, I feel like shit for the whole day, and it just won't go away. In fact, I feel like shit right now because I woke up early. But I went to bed early and woke up early. So, like, even if I try and do the responsible adult thing of going to bed early, it fucks me up worse than if I stayed up late. And my sleep cycle moves by about an hour every day or two, so... Now that you have a stable and less shitty job, what are your prospects for getting back into the cockpit? I don't know. The thing is, like, I need to study, like, a lot. I really need to study before I even think about getting back into flying, because I've forgotten most of what I ever learned. And that's going to mean probably I'm going to have to stop streaming for a while, otherwise I'm just not going to get any study done whatsoever. As it is, I'm probably not going to get any done even if I don't stream, just because I've got so much other shit that I try and keep up with. But I do want to, I do need to, I just got to find the time for it. Also, it means to go flying, I'll have to go back up to... Well, actually, no. Because the flying school expanded. They do have, I think, 1 or 2 planes down here at Canberra. But the nice thing about Bathurst was I could stay with my family when I went to fly, you know, until I moved there. But also, it's much less crowded airspace. Canberra is quite spicy. It's like Canberra Airport's an actual airport. The RAAF flies politicians in and out of there. So there's a whole side of the airport you don't go on. And then there's a lot of stuff in Canberra that you don't want to be caught flying over. Forgot about it collectively, as in everyone somehow expected differently from this. In reality, a company's past behavior is the best predictor of its future behavior. Yeah, well, I mean... it's kind of bound to happen with any large publisher or studio these days. Like, look at what happened to Cyberpunk. I still think Cyberpunk's a good game. Is it, like, the game to end all games? No. Is it fun? Yeah. Is it buggy? Yeah. But it's still fun. Like, this is fun. It does some things really, really well. There are things this does better than any other sim. Just by default, like, vanilla Flight Sim 2020 does some things better than any other sim ever has. But it's also missing some of the most basic bitch shit that it should have had from the start. It's a mixed bag, you gotta kind of take all of it at once. I'm hoping with time that the vanilla game is improved to the kind of standard it should be. But even if it's not, with some of the third parties' track records, they should at least get some good modules out that fix the problems on their side. The big one is the basic flight modeling and basic systems functionality. If the base game supports that kind of stuff, so the third parties can work with it, then it's a non-issue. Like, even if the vanilla game aircraft have fucked up flight models, then, you know, who cares if you can go get one with a better flight model? But we will see. The other big one is stuff like tail dragger support, which is weird because I think one of the vanilla planes is a tail dragger from memory, or actually a couple of them. The Cub is, and I think it's also free castering tail dragger, but I'm not 100% sure. It can still be fun, mostly just laugh at people who expect to be a PMDG level everything. Yeah, no. I mean, I expected the flight model to be better than it is in some ways. I didn't expect it to be as immersive as it is. I can't fly, I can't speak, can't do fucking anything today, Jesus. But yeah, like, I expected the flight model to have some issues because FSX default flight model was pretty fucking garbage as well. But I didn't expect all the nice little touches. So I've flown on stream before in this, the Jabiru J170, which is the plane I first learnt to fly on. I learnt to fly on 2 planes. One was a J170D, the other one was a BRM Aero Bristol. And the Jab in this, even though, like, it's a port, I think, from FSX, and it's missing some features still, even without some of the touches that the vanilla planes have, like some of the sounds and stuff, it felt like I was flying a jab. And like I said, the sounds in the vanilla planes are phenomenally well done. Like, the interior sounds in this are, I'm gonna say it, second to none on the vanilla aircraft. That's what really got me. Like, the attention to detail on that is what tells me they were really trying to go for a GA experience. How was DCS today? A fucking dumpster fire. I maneuver killed a Vigan. I got killed while trying to gun another, which I should have broken off from 5 minutes before it happened. And then I killed an F5. I think I get 2 F5 kills? Yeah, 2 F5 kills. So I killed one and then, no, 3 F5 kills because I popped the guy right at the end of the game. So yeah, 4 kills and I died probably like, what, 6 or 7 times? It wasn't good. And the deaths were all due to my own stupidity. The first one was I forgot to cock my guns and then got into a fucking dogfight and realized as I pulled the trigger the guns weren't armed. So I was able to get back on the guy's tail. The problem was he had a friend. So if I'd actually had my guns armed, he would have been dead and I would have been ready for the second one, but I wasn't. And then the second death was... What was the second one? Was that the... I got baited, I think? No, the second one was I thought I evaded the Sidewinder, but I didn't pull hard enough because I was worried I'd lose my missiles. Then I think there was one where I got baited over the fart. That was in the 21. That was dumb as fuck, but to be fair, none of us realized that that was their fart. And then the Vigan, I should never have chased him. Like, I literally, I don't think I said it, but the thought went through my head. This is bait. He's going to drag me back to Nalchik. I should not be chasing him. I physically can't catch him, even if he doesn't exploit the Vigan's broken speed. Like, even if he sticks to his 1350 limit, the MiG-19 on the deck will not do more than about 1100. It just doesn't have the thrust for it. I shouldn't have chased him, but I did it anyway, because I'm dumb. Set the gun arm button so it's very top switches on the throttle by the... But the thing is, Saber, I forgot to arm the guns, because I was busy talking as I took off. The first action I perform after takeoff, other than getting the gear and flaps up, is arming the guns. It's like the one time I've forgotten it. So, I'm not one of these people that won't arm my weapons until I'm actually about to merge. I arm the weapons on the ground, but I don't usually arm the guns until I've just taken off. We are done updating. Finally. Sorry about the double music. I'll turn the in-game music off in a minute. Actually, like, the in-game menu music's quite nice. Nice and chill, but I usually have music going in the background of the stream, so... I will say, things like wing stalls and stuff that you don't usually encounter in Civi Sims, because you're not usually doing stuff that induces them. I took a long time to learn about stuff like that, because when I originally used to play IL-2, the old IL-2, I had a force feedback stick. And so I was not aware it was even possible to stall or spin a Spitfire, because the feedback through the stick was enough to tell me, hey, stop doing this right now. Like, it wasn't forceful, but I'd come into, like, enough stick force. I was like, the plane isn't really happy with what I'm doing. I should probably stop pulling before I break my stick. And so then when I had to go to a non-force feedback stick, stalls and spins started happening because I didn't have anything to stop me from pulling anymore. Do you still have that stick in working condition? Sadly, no. I have no idea what happened to it. I think I put it into storage, but I don't know if it ended up getting chucked or if I gave it to someone. I have no idea. It was like 11 years ago. More, actually. It's probably like 12, because I remember it broke on me while I was living on the Central Coast. Oh, there's different music selections. Interesting. There we go. Music's off. I know I'm still on the waiting screen. Give me a second here. Hello. You gonna hook the window, OBS? There we go. Oh, shit. I just realized I should have gone fucking CPU encoding, because this is probably going to be a fucking slideshow. We'll get in game and we'll see how it goes. If it's a slideshow, tell me. I'll have to restart the stream to change the encoding. I completely forgot about that. Sorry, guys. Okay, we should be able to load bad life choices .flight. I think it actually loaded the plan, not the flight. Hang on. Patent trolls can burn in hell, indeed. Bad life choices .flight. Fly. Please work. Yeah, dynamic resistance, exactly. That was what made it so good for flight sims. Like, just rumbling is not... It's kind of useful, I guess, for, like, stall warnings, but you would get not just rumble, but you'd actually get dynamic resistance as the controls are locked up. Okay, like I said, let me know if it's a slideshow, guys. How are we? Frames okay? Go away, VFR map. Actually, no, I need to drag the VFR map out of my way. Looks okay? Okay, hopefully it stays that way. I think it was kind of patchy before, like it would start out okay and then it would get really bad, so just let me know if it does get really bad. What did I bind? Oh, that's zoom, and it's really oversensitive. Excellent. Happy days. We've got some nice crosswind happening here. This should be an interesting takeoff. What's performance like now on MSFS 2020? I mean, I have a beastly PC now, so I'm probably not the best person to judge it, but it seems okay-ish. It's actually quite good in a lot of situations for me, but again, I'm on a beastly PC now, so that doesn't mean much for normal people. The floodlights on this work kind of weirdly. Still can't do anything with the gun sight. I understand why it is a civvy sim, but I kind of wish they'd implement something with that. I'm actually going to leave my radio off because I don't want to be dealing with ATC in this. Oh no, please tell me there's a way to get rid of this. I know why they put this here, it's so the VATSIM guys have a, like, modern radio, but I want this gone. I don't want this in my Spitfire. At least they didn't take the gun sight out and put them up here. That's usually what the American operators of Spitfires do, because they're not... I don't think they're technically allowed to have a gun sight by the FAA, so they remove it and they put the radios up there. It looks fucking hideous. I think that just opens a rad flap fully, but whatever, we'll leave it on. Flight Sim Race Sim 88, thanks for the follow. Let me check my fuel real quick. Why am I pressing that button? That button works in DCS, not here. Aha! It didn't give me my full fuel. What's my all-up weight? It was 7,000 for full. I can't reduce that on the fly. Apparently. Whatever. Oops. Yeah, the FAA are very strict about any kind of gun sight, HUDs even, anything like that. If it's used to employ weaponry, the FAA have a shit fit about it. Very sketchy takeoff. But we are up, at least. Hello? Closed canopy? Closed canopy? Hello? Interesting. Why? Why are you doing this to me? I wonder if that's a bug. Because if that's an intentional feature, it's not a realistic one. You should be able to close the canopy after takeoff. Standard procedure in the RAF was to take off and land with the canopy open. Let me know if the frames are dropping at all. Hopefully it'll be okay. Why was that? In case you needed to get out in a hurry. Typically on landing as well. Oh, that's why. The door spawned open. And it's still... Really? Okay. I should have checked that. That's on me. But why it would spawn with the engine running on the runway and the door open, I don't know. So what I was about to say, and what made me look at the door, thank God, is that usually on landing they'd have it half unlocked. Like they'd have the lock flipped open so they could quickly just pull it and push the thing open. Door should have ripped away at that speed? It probably should have, yes, but I doubt that's modeled. It might be, but... Either way, we didn't find out, thank God. No. It'll end the simulation if you break the aircraft. Like, it has a damage model as such, where if you break the aircraft, it'll know about it, but it'll just end the simulation. Which is what all flight simulator iterations have done, to be honest. And what most civvy sims do, what commercial sims do. The only games that really have good damage models that are flight sims are combat flight sims, because they need it. But the civvy market stuff and the commercial stuff doesn't, because if you break the plane in a commercial sim, you're out of parameters and they just end the simulation and yell at you about what you did wrong anyway. Yeah, likewise. I really wish they did have a damage model and that it wouldn't end the sim, but I think that they have shied away from doing that because they don't want people recreating 9/11 or whatever. Which, you know, people will do. Somebody already 9/11 Grover's house and posted on Twitter, so people will do it. So that was an airbase we took off from. Fairly small one. We are kind of about halfway between Volgograd and Saratov. So Saratov should be on the left bank and Engels is on the right bank, I think, from memory. Why are you in Russia, not Guam? Because we started in the Caucasus, so we did the DCS tour, and then we went across to Turkmenistan, stopped off in Turkmenbashi, and then flew up the Caspian, and then basically we went across the Caucasus, well, up the coast, back down across the Caucasus, across the Caspian, around the east coast of the Caspian, then up the Volga. You can save your last position. It doesn't do it automatically, but you can do it, which is what I did. I didn't realize I could actually save from the ground. I did it, like I saved the flight plan the first couple of legs, and then I realized I can save on the runway, which is what I did there. But when I saved the game, I was at the fuel bowser and it respawned me on the runway. So it's not exact position, it also defueled me a bit. I think it just says the aircraft is roughly here at this altitude, and it spawns you at the nearest airfield, or like in an air spawn nearby. So I think we should have enough fuel to make it up to Saratov without needing to stop. We'll do a stop off at probably Engels at the airbase. I doubt we'll see any bombers in the sim. Maybe some Il-76s as scenery, but I doubt we'll see any 295s there. And then we'll go north from there. Go up to Samara. And then we'll head up towards Kazan. What I should have done is actually start my clock. So I know roughly when I'll be running out of fuel. I mean, in the Spitfire, it's a pressing concern because this thing wasn't designed to fly that far. Controls on this are still quite sensitive. I still have to set some curves for this sim. Which direction do we go? I think we take the left branch here from memory. Yeah, left branch. What's with the two-tone of the rate of on the rate of climb gauge? I think it's just for contrast, because all the other gauges have it too. I also think that the paler colors are marked in phosphorescent paint, whereas the darker color isn't. But I could be wrong on that. Like, for instance, on my HIS, my clock, not all of this is marked with phosphorescent paint. So it kind of skips a number here or there, just so it's not too cluttered at night. It's phosphorescent. It's not radioactive. They stopped doing radium dials in the 60s. And the serial number ends in V, which is the code for phosphorescent paint. I forget what the code for radium was, and then K is for when it's displayed under red light, And then there's another one, I think, for white light. Or actually, no, it might just be K as white paint to be under red light. In the Spitfire, it might actually be radium, I'm not sure. I think it's phosphorescent, though. How do you know so much? I don't know. Why am I like this? Can't remember anything actually useful, but I can remember all this. You don't get to choose your autism. True. Very true. Like that, but unironically. Most of us start with trains and dinosaurs, but where you go after that is anyone's guess. For me, it turned into fucking air defense, for whatever reason. Would it last a whole night or need constant light stimulation? If it was left charging in the sunlight all day, it would probably last for quite a while. If I zap my HAS with my phone torch for about 10 seconds, it'll last for a minute or two. And that's just with my phone torch, that's not natural light. But I don't know, it's a good question. With that said as well, the paint on this is probably faded, so it would most likely last longer when it's new. I'm getting a little bit of weather here. It's looking a bit bleak in front of us, so I'd expect some turbulence. Those are NATO call signs, though. I was actually thinking, like, I keep the Circus 1-4 in my name for when I fly with the 345th guys, and to kind of rep the gang, also because Circus is, like, the most appropriate explanation of my flying. But it is a NATO-style call sign, and I kind of want to nix it when I'm flying red on Cold War. And then also try and enforce a GCI call sign, although nobody will actually use it. That's the problem. You try and get a different call sign to Magic as a GCI, and everyone just uses Magic anyway. Ground stations were usually named up... Ooh! Oh, this is gonna be spicy! That was lightning! I thought I heard some. So, ground stations usually had actual call signs, but it would be named after something. Usually some sort of, geographical name, like a rock, or a river, or something else. So I was thinking of going with granit, which is granite, and also close to granica, which is border, because, you know, air defense. And then just use 13, which is the aircraft number I usually try and take, although in Cold War we can't change our numbers for when I'm flying. Yeah, Legion uses Legion, he gets away with it, because it's an actual in-game name. Mike Delta tries to use Merlin, but every time I've been on Blue, they just call him Magic anyway, and he gets progressively more and more annoyed at it. I feel bad for the guy. Like, he should just come over, play with Red. Like, I don't know how he'll do with the constant memes and spicy topical discussion on Red comms, but surely it'd be better than Blue. Be amazed if anyone ever uses half of mine. One of mine, even. I remember one time you used one that I misheard it and I couldn't figure out what it was. There were like 3 words that sounded like and I couldn't work out which, but yeah, usually everyone just goes straight to Magic anyway. Played GCI for 30 seconds before I realised doing it in VR was going to be a shit show. Oh yes, yeah, it would be. If you're going to do GCI stuff, I'd recommend launching DCS in 2D. So here we see more of the AI's difficulty in picking out marshy terrain from water. These really jaggy islands are because the AI can't quite tell where the marshland ends and the water begins. It's roughly the right shape, but it's kind of jarring. And these are the kinds of things that the areas that are hand-curated don't have. This is the kind of stuff that they actually do, like, passes on the terrain to fix. Just where the AI isn't quite sure what to do, and it fumbles the ball a bit. I should probably bind something to switch channels or have like 2 frequencies on the go. The default bind for a lot of that stuff is the thumb hat up and down, but I use that for other stuff in aircraft, so my like pushing in the thumb hat on the throttle is my push to torque, but I don't have a second push to torque bound. That's in cloud. That's not cloud to ground, that's cloud to cloud. Interesting. Okay, I think I started my clock about 5 minutes late, so we're about 15 minutes into our flight at the moment, at a guess. And we should have a little bit over an hour of endurance at this engine setting from memory. So sometime around 50 minutes I want to start looking for an airfield. Now that you have a new PC, what are we donating towards? I do not know. It's a Dave Brown real doll. Oh no. No, I don't know. Maybe a new throttle. I kind of want to keep this one. Like, it's not ideal, and it's the fucking left throttle's busted, which is annoying, but the Warthog's actually reasonably well laid out in a lot of ways, so I don't mind it. I just wish it worked properly. Full Simpit? Sadly, I do not have the space. A new chair actually might be an idea. This one really needs replacing. It's soldiered on for like 20 years, but I think it's time that it finally goes to the big office in the sky. Along with the company that Dad nicked it from. This chair has outlasted Nortel. Oh man. Acquire a surplus 23 to make it a Simpit like those dudes did with the 21MF. I would actually love to do that. I think it's beyond the realm of possibility, but I would love to do that, and I would jump at the opportunity. Thing is, I'd have nowhere to keep it here, because I have a very small flat, and I've got, like, no garage. Some of the other flats in this complex have garages. I don't, but I don't have a car, so it's not that big of a deal. If I kept it out at the FAR, I'd have plenty of space for it. I could even build a shed around it, but then I'd have like a shitty internet connection, so I wouldn't be able to stream from it. Unless they get, I have to ask Mum and Dad if they can get fucking Daddy Elon's technical wonder of space junk. Not that it's much use to them, but it would be useful for me when I go out and visit them. How do you find the flight model of this MSFS Spit when compared to DCS World Spit? It's kind of hard to compare them for me, because I don't have an ideal control setup for flying the Spitfire. So even in DCS, I have a stick with no extension just sitting on my desk, and the DCS Spitfire's controls are rigged for like an 80cm extension. So the Spitfire is really twitchy in both sims for me, especially in pitch. It feels okay. I don't know if I'd say it's as detailed as the DCS Spitz flight model. There are certain things that I know aren't modeled yet, particularly with the engine management. There are certain things that seem to be kind of modeled, but not quite. Ooh. I would say if you want the most realistic Spitfire possible, go for DCS. If you want to be able to fly a Spitfire anywhere outside of the Caucasus or Persian Gulf or Syria, go for this. I don't know if A2A are going to bring across their Spitfires that they made for FSX. If they do, I'd say jump on that, because the A2A Spitfire for FSX was probably the best Spitfire in any sim ever. But until then, this is like $35, something like that. Australian dollars, I think it's like 20 something US. It's not bad. Like, for that price, it's not bad. And they are actually supporting it. The biggest issue it has is that a lot of things that are necessary for an accurate Spitfire are not simulated in MSFS at the moment. For instance, the differential braking isn't really supported properly because the tail wheel steers. It shouldn't. It should be free castering. That's just an SDK thing. They can't actually make it a free castering tail wheel until it's fully supported by a Sobo. Already have a DCS Spit, but I'm collecting feedback for MSFS Spit from experienced users like you. I will say I don't fly the DCS Spitfire as much as I should. Phil Style is generally the go-to guy for that kind of stuff because he's really into the DCS Warbirds. And he actually did a comparison video between this and the DCS Spit. Now, this has had a few updates since then, and it's been improved in a few ways, but I think a lot of what he said does still hold true to an extent. But I feel like most of the issues with this are either limitations with the sim currently that may be improved in the future, or they're just things that Flying Iron perhaps aren't aware of. You know, peculiarities of the Spitfire's handling, which aren't an issue for Eagle Dynamics because they have access to a real Spitfire. In fact, they have access to several real Spitfires. Catch you later, Josh. Thanks for hanging out, man. Sleep well. One thing I did notice, let's see if it's modeled here. It is not modeled here. One thing I did notice about the DCS Spitfire, I had never noticed this until a couple weeks ago. I was flying it, just testing something, and I looked at my gauges and I'm like, that's not right. And then I realized the DCS Spitfire models the effect of pulling G on your instruments. Because, you know, they're quite old World War II instruments. If you pull sudden G, positive or negative, it will cause the needles to fluctuate. Yeah, really. Hold like a stable altitude and then just suddenly pull the nose, and you'll notice the altimeter drops and then picks up. Like, it'll drop really abruptly and then swing back up to where it should be and then slowly start gaining. It's such a tiny, tiny detail that most people will never ever notice, but it's modeled. It's incredible. Then there's stuff that ED don't model, which is baffling. Like, they don't model it here either. It might be a Mark 9 thing, actually. I'll have to look it up. It might be a Mark 9 thing, but in the earlier Mark Spitfires, this isn't here. This structural member has no backing plate. You can see it all the way down the tail structure. And Cliffs of Dover models that. The original IL-2 doesn't, because that would have been an issue with how many, how much poly budget they had on the models, but this just has a blank wall there, and the DCS Spitfire has a black blocking piece there. And I don't know if that's a Mark 9 thing, but I don't think it is. I don't think it should be there. Can someone do me a favor and look up the airport code for Engels Air Force Base? I think that's going to be it off my right wing, but I'm not entirely sure. I think IL-2 Great Battles models there being a blocking piece there as well, though. I think Cliffs of Dover is the only one where you can see down the tail of the Spitfire from the cockpit. Maybe, I don't remember if 46 lets you see down it. XWSG. That doesn't look like a Russian code, though. It's... Okay, check Saratov Airport, then. Because Engels and Saratov are on opposite banks of the Volga. Engels should be on the right, I think. Okay. Okay, we're still good on fuel. Priming affects the engine now in this, by the way. You actually have to prime the engine now, finally. So like I said, they are updating it with features as quickly as they can. Saratov is UWSG. Oh, that's it up there. I think it's in that bend. I'm pretty sure. I think it's that bend, and then Samara is the next bend. Wait, no. No, because Kazan is up there, I think. That's probably Samara there. I did look at the course, like, on Google Earth a while ago, but I don't remember where exactly everything is. UWSS. We have... Samara's on the bend? Yeah, okay. We need Seal here. Seal can navigate us around Samara when we get there. A little altitude. I think when I do these adventures, I do actually need to have a second window open with like the actual charts, so I know where I'm going. The in-game VFR map doesn't show you details until you get quite close to them. It also shows you your present position, which I'm not really a fan of. I don't need to know my present position on that chart. I can figure it out, but having the other information is quite useful. Depending how we're going for fuel, we might land to refuel at Engels and then do a bit of a fly around the two cities, rather than fly around and then land, just because I have a habit of taking so long doing my airborne tours that I run out of fuel without realizing it. Oh, this looks promising. What a nice built-up area here. And that looks suspiciously like a long-range aviation bomber base. I'd say we're just about there. I really wish you could bind the zoom to an axis in this. I really, really do. We actually... No, we should have enough fuel to fly around for a bit. Another day down, thanks to the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'd say that's Engels Air Base there. It looks like an air base. And then that would mean Saratov is off our left. The trim rate on this is a little... like it accelerates, if that makes sense. Feels kind of weird. Although for something like the Spitfire, I'd prefer to have an actual wheel to trim with, like the X52 has. That was what I used to use for trim in IL-2 back when I used the X52. But now I have a Warthog, I'm stuck with a digital switch instead of a wheel. It should be Saratov Airport down there. Curiously, the markers are not updating. Actually, that's not an airport, that is an airbase as well. So we got 2 air bases. What airspace are we violating today? We're still flying up the Volga. We're just about Saratov on the left wing, Engels on the right wing. Interesting layout. That's the actual airport right there. Why the 2 runways at almost parallel bearings? Don't know, but Tbilisi's like that too, remember? Isn't Nellis the same? I don't think so. I think Nellis has parallel runways, not almost parallel. See the way those converge on each other like that? Oh, please, please, can you... There we go. The zoom on this shits me to tears, honestly. That must be another flight. Yeah, that is another flight. Okay, I'm way further south than I thought. That's somebody else that's tracking. So yeah, here we are. I thought it looked a bit funny, like it's showing me over land when I was over the river. Look at the little baby runway! Oh, that's adorable! Look at it! Must be for gliders or something. Weird that it has markings on it like that, though. And the main runway doesn't. That must be, you know what that is? That's probably a parking area or something that the AI has turned into a proper runway, and it hasn't put the actual markings on the real runway, so to speak. In fact, it's turned the real runway into a taxiway. Because there's people down there. Interesting. Which airport is Saratov? So like I said, and have said at multiple points during this trip, we're going to see the best and the worst of Flight Sim 2020's AI generation. We're going to see places that look exactly like the real thing, even though no human has curated any of it. And we're going to see places that are just like, what the fuck is going on here? And this trip has been a mix of both, often in the same place. How's my fuel doing? Still got plenty. Done some interesting architectural reinterpretation here. I'm not sure that's what those 2 blue roof buildings are meant to look like. it doing over here? A sports arena of some sort down there. Bunch of factories, I guess? Factories or garages or something. This is interesting. I bet you that building is not meant to be that tall, and it's not meant to be that style. That's probably a factory building or a power station. In fact, it's a power station. You can see the cooling towers right there. 3 towers. So that's meant to be a power station. And then this is probably part of the cooling ponds, and then you got your outflow there. That's what that is. And the AI's turned it into like a hospital or an office block or whatever you'd call that. I wonder... It's probably a nuke... it might be a nuke station. Maybe, maybe not. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, it could be coal. Not sure. Just looked at satellite pics over Saratov. Markings are accurate. Really? That's interesting. That's really interesting. Might be coal heaps. The things that... No, those were definitely cooling towers. Those 3 things are definitely cooling towers. Then we got this. This looks pretty disused. This is probably like a flying club or something, but it looks like it used to be an Air Force base of some variety. Like you got fighter dispersal, or some sort of dispersal down there. Mi-26 base. Oh, nice. Some pretty serious rail yards down there. It's a pretty decent sized city. And then looks like we got some... I don't know if those are actual bridges across the river, or if that's just flight sim doing some weird shit with the water. Excuse me as I stick my head out the canopy. Getting pinched in awkward places by my jeans. A little bit of frame lag on my end when I look in that direction. Maybe because of the clouds, I don't know. Got another airport or air base or something down here. That is actually UWSS apparently, and then that's Engels down there, yeah. This is probably the actual airport then. Yeah, you can see the taxiway lights are on, and then we got the main runway here. This will be the actual airport. Sort of on the northern edge of town. Geez, it does sprawl a bit, doesn't it? Look, there's even more buildings over there. I think next stream we should download my KSP planes and try to fly them. I doubt that will work very well with Ferrum. And I'm not uninstalling Ferrum just to do one stream. probably put VSync on this if I don't have... I don't think I do have it on because I'm seeing some screen tearing. I'll have to put it on. Looks like this is all industrial stuff. Okay, been flying for about 40 minutes now, so we'll head over to Angles. We will do a quick flyby of that. We've got enough fuel that we're not urgently in need of landing. So we can check out Angles and then we can land there. Am I online? I should be. I'm continuing my previous flight, so it should be... Is there a way to change it here? I don't think so. But I should be online still. Oh, hang on, it was a way to change it, wasn't there? Maybe not. Maybe I'm not online. Don't know. Oh no, probably not. Probably not, because I loaded the previous flight, so it'll have continued from that. It won't be using live weather or time or anything. At least I don't think so. I mean, you could check, but... I just loaded my last flight from the end of the runway. That's all I did. So we'll just head across the river now. Yeah, should be the same name. And as far as I know, there's only one person tooling around the Volga River in a Spitfire at the moment, so you'll know me when you see me. So there is a bridge there off my left wing. But I think this nearer stripe is just the scenery messing up, which we've seen all along the length of the river, like where there's a boundary in the satellite imagery, it sometimes draws a strip of land across. It's getting quite dark. This overcast is not making things easy. Yeah, Pom's lost interest in the grand trip now, because we've already left Turkmenistan. We only did a brief stop over there. That was when his interest faded. I told you, Pom. We'll be going back to Central Asia towards the end of the journey. I am getting stutters here and there. It might be because of the weather. Pom, by the time I get there, you'll probably be out of the Navy. Like, that's going to be months or even years in advance. Like, I'm not going to be flying there in a hurry. I'm going all the way around and then back. And I'm only doing it at the rate of, like, one stream every week or two. Also, all my VODs go on YouTube. So even if it's not on Twitch, it'll be on YouTube. That's meant to be greenhouses or something, maybe? Or the AI's just fucked up? Probably greenhouses. I reckon. Doing realistic fuel stops? I'm trying to. I've had to adjust it on the fly a few times because I forgot, or because the game kind of screwed me, but I'm trying to remember to do realistic fuel stops. There was a cloud here, I think. See, it's switched to the generic textures right there. There must have been a cloud there when they did the scenery. There's another aircraft up there somewhere. Oh, the frame rate. She's getting a bit choppy. Let's see if we spot any bombers. Probably not. I very much doubt they're modelled. In fact, it looks like it's probably placed civilian planes there. Yeah. So this is Engels Air Force Base. This is a long-range aviation bomber base. These should be 295s and 2 160s. But it's just put in airliners instead. Two 160 airliner when they can actually build more than a handful of them, maybe. All right. Where the museum is? Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? I completely forgot about that. Well, maybe when they redo this, if they ever redo this in photogrammetry, we'll be able to see them. That would be the museum down there, I reckon. Yep, that's the museum. No, that's a helicopter base. Where's the museum then? Maybe down here? Looks like I just turned it into tarmac. Of course, the base just off the apron. That's probably it there off my left wing then, but it's turned it into another apron. Okay, we do want to land in this direction. That's where the wind's coming from, so we'll do a bit of a right-hand orbit. Yeah. Flaps. Give me a moment, chat. I need to check something. Okay, so we're going to fly more or less level. It shouldn't do that. It should go down, then up. That's something that they've adjusted just recently, but they've adjusted it wrong. That or I'm just ham-fisting the stick more than I thought, which is entirely possible today. I really wish the tail wheel was modelled properly in this, but again, it's an engine limitation the devs can't get around at the moment. Flaps come up since we're done with them. Spitfire flaps are for landing only. They should never ever be down except for landing. Okay, where's our fuel bowser? A question for the ages. I think I see one over there, maybe? We'll go that way. course there's a fire truck parked in my way. Why wouldn't there be? Oh, okay, where are you going? See you later, my dude. Choice between these two, T55A or T62. I prefer the aesthetics of the 55A, but the T62 is the better option, honestly. Oh, I was actually nearly full. Holy shit, I could have gone so much further. Well, we'll fill up. A Typhoon was coming to land rather than a Spitfire. Manual has special procedure for engine fire at startup. What was that comment? Ooh. Yeah, the Napier Sabre was not known for being reliable, especially when it first entered service. Think your name's different in MSFS? It shouldn't be. Like I said, it might not actually be online, I don't know. But my name in MSFS should be the same, I'm pretty sure. Invite fail? Try Rossmum89. No space or anything. Oh shit! Mr. Clipped Wings over here. Sunk into the ground a bit. Oh yeah, the Spitfire has a, I think it has a slipper tank now. I think they added it. Or they were going to add it or something. There's a whole bunch of stuff they added I haven't checked out yet. No worky? Yeah, it's probably offline then. Should take it. If I can figure out how. It's probably something you have to do in the flight planning menu. So I'll probably have to go back to the world map to do it. Yeah, I'd say that over there is where the museum is. On that little apron. It seems like a place that you would put it. Okay, I need to adjust my trim a little. Runway's clear, nobody on approach. We'll take off from the same runway we landed on. Nice big wide runways, because strategic bombers fly off these usually. little hairy. Needed more right rudder trim. Way more right rudder trim. Oh, you know what? You know what? It's also possible that could be the museum right there. Yeah. That's probably it. It's been turned into a further sort of parking area in-game, but that looks like where it would be. Off the, one of the main taxiways. But anyway, that was Saratov and Engels, so now we fly further up the river to the north, and our next major stop will be Samara, and then after that we'll be on to Kazan. I think we should have the fuel to make Kazan from Samara, I think. Which reminds me, I need to... can't really do this with one hand, because the buttons are quite stiff. Get my clock running again. So that we have a decent idea of when to start looking for fuel. Spitfire, if you could just trim out instead of bouncing around, that would be really nice. Had fairly shitty weather for this entire trip, so you're not going to be able to see much with these clouds, but it is what it is. Might only go as far as Samara today and continue the trip some other time, maybe with slightly better weather. It's also getting kind of late in the day in game, so I might do an overnight stop at Samara. We're playing Microsoft Flight Simulator, that's probably why it looks different. This ain't DCS. We're over the Volga River. We've just left Engels Air Force Base. It's cool actually seeing that thunderstorm on the way up. It's the first time I've seen one in this sim. It does, it looks a lot like home, doesn't it? So our next stop, this is us here, our next stop will be way up there. cruise a little. So yeah, I think we'll do a notional overnight stay at Samara, just so that next time we continue the trip, it's in daylight hours. I'm not opposed to flying at night. The issue is just we're here to see things, and we won't be seeing things at night unless we overfly a major city. Maybe when we get to Moscow, we'll try and do a night flight there, but for the actual trip up the river, I think we'll stick to daylight. So once we hit Kazan, we'll be flying kind of generally west to Moscow, and then we'll keep going southwest from there and do like a big loop. Night and mountains sounds like a really bad combination. I'm just gonna throw that one out there. Especially in something like this that is, you know, all old school instruments. Put that on just so that when we do get low on fuel and or I get to a high enough altitude, the fuel doesn't crap out on me. That's never a fun experience. So normally my next stream would be Monday, but I'm going to probably not be able to stream for so long after the armor mission on Monday, so I might either start the stream earlier, depending what time I wake up, or I'll do one, I don't know, probably Tuesday. Depends what time the plumber turns up. When was he meant to turn up? 8 AM. Yeah, I'll probably do one, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Fuck it. We'll work it out. Or I'll skip Tuesday, or skip Monday's later part and just lump it all on Wednesday. So I will be streaming Monday because there will be an armor mission, but I won't be doing a long stream. It'll probably just be the armor mission. Some big boom irrigated fields out there. I think that's what those are. Too big to be water treat or like water settlement tanks, so it's probably irrigated fields. We've already excuse me, we've already seen a couple on this trip, so I would not be surprised. I'll also have to find out, so the next flight, since we're going to reset the time of day, we will do from the world map instead of from just loading the save. But I'll also have to find out if there's a way to disable this shit. I don't want this modern crap in my Spitfire. But credit to them, they found a really relatively unobtrusive place to put it. They didn't do the usual thing and put it up here where the gun sight should go, so that's a big, or on the instrument panel even, so that's a big credit to Flying Iron that they kept it out of sight, out of mind for the most part. I just hope that there's some option to turn it off, maybe. Quite a ways to go. This is probably going to be a situation where I need to land to refuel first, and then we'll do the tour of the town after, but we'll see how we are. And if that is the case, we might do the actual tour of Samara next time, rather than this time. Because it is getting quite difficult to see anything anyway, both with the afternoon lighting and the heavy overcast. A lot of these little villages and towns all along both banks of the river. The power line down there, that's what that is. Looks like a little airfield. Or it might just be, no, it's just a strip, like a strip of harvested crops, but it looked kind of like a runway. Oh. There is an airfield around here somewhere. There should be a couple around here. That was lightning, but I don't know where. We got another flight up there. In MSFS, like DCS, like IL2, like most sims, nav lights are way too noticeable during the day. Like, even on an overcast day, you would not see another aircraft's nav lights that clearly from this distance. For airliners, like, even then, probably not, but I guess it makes a little more sense. They have quite powerful lights, but for, like, something GA or something like this, you would not see their nav lights from that far. You'd see them from maybe 100 meters in daylight, if you're lucky. I think it's a gameplay thing done so that, you know, if people want to avoid collisions, they can avoid collisions, particularly in IL2, but we've all seen the moth lights in IL2. We know what people actually use them for. It's like our friend up there is flying directly into that storm. It's all just cloud to cloud at the moment. I haven't seen any strike ground, so we should be quite safe down here. I don't know if getting struck by lightning actually does anything in Flight Sim. Probably not. The actual wind is the problem. You don't want to get in a storm because of what the wind does. Behave, Max. Need an opinion? Oh no. My last stream? Yeah, go on. Just dial the revs back a tiny bit. 2650, please. That's close enough to 2650. DCS or MSFS flight from where I live to where I'll be for the next year. Do Flight Sim, you haven't done that for a while. Just a little bit more. Around like 63-ish, 66. Yeah, that's close enough. It's about 2700, but it's close enough. Normally I'd use my second throttle to do that, but my second throttle is broken, so I have to do it the old-fashioned way. Oh, we got a mine! Look, a quarry or a mine or something. Right there. It's probably a quarry. I think that's the first time I've seen one of those. Oh, actually, no, we flew over the Acadia gold mines before, didn't we? But we flew over them at much greater distance and higher altitude. And I don't know if that was on stream. It might have been in Discord. No, it wasn't a Warhammer 40k reference, that's literally what they're called. Another one off the nose. I mean, I don't mind it. I'm not really that into it, but I don't mind it. I used to enjoy playing the original Dawn of War. Actually, no, I think I had Dark Crusade. It's like maybe a coking plant or something, I don't know. And an offloading port. Which map is that? It's not a map, we're playing Flight Sim 2020, so... This is the Volga River. We're partway between Saratov and Samara. Yeah, I was a tower player, and I was a real fucking asshole of a tower player as well. No, I wasn't having a very good run in DCS, so I decided to call it quits and come fly this instead. My flying is horrible today, and my decision making is even worse. as evidenced by the fact we're flying a warbird under a fucking thunderstorm at low altitude. Not sure which town that was, but it's a fairly decent sized one. I only know the main cities along the river, I don't know the smaller ones. I wish DCS was this realistic. Notice all the detail on the ground, like the fields, the shrubbery, all of that? DCS doesn't have that, even on Syria. You notice the fact that rivers are actually rivers and not just like roads made of water? Also not a thing in DCS, sadly. And here's one for the people that complain about visibility in DCS and spotting. If you think you have a hard time spotting people through canopy reflections now that they're in the game, or spotting through the MiG-21's dirty, which is clean by real-life standards, through its windscreen, its canopy, or if you, like me, are starting to have problems spotting people under cloud shadows, which is a real-life problem I have had in real life, how do you think you will go with spotting people over terrain that isn't just a single texture? Like, the way DCS uses generic textures for terrain gives you a false sense of contrast that isn't there in real life. Like, imagine trying to spot a camouflaged aircraft right there. Imagine that. Good luck. Or, like, right on the edge of that field where those trees are. Good luck. Real life problems in real life. Who would have thought? I know, right? But this is the thing, like, so many DCS players, like, they want realism, and they say, oh, it's a simulator, it's not a game, it's a simulator, oh, it should be realistic. As soon as you make them deal with actual realistic limitations and problems, that must be a hydroelectric dam or something, looking at the shape of it, and it's turned it into a couple road bridges. Yeah, it is, it's a dam, there's the locks on the other side right there. So it's a hydroelectric power plant. And then you got your bypass here, and there'll be more locks there. So, like, so many DCS players want realism, but then as soon as you add something that makes it difficult, like an actual real-life limitation that makes it difficult, they turn around and say, oh no, I don't want it, it's unrealistic. It's like, it's patently realistic, that's why it's in the sim. Oh, no. It's not this hard to spot things in real life, surely. Yes, it fucking is. Like, all the people that think spotting is bad in DCS, it is, but not for the reasons people think it is. It's too good at long distance. Like, you spot things in DCS at long distance you should never ever see in real life. Then, the actual problem with close range spotting is the distance where things turn from a single dot on the screen to where they turn into an actual fully rendered 3D model. Like, that transition's not very smooth, and it happens at a particular distance, and that's where you tend to lose sight of people. That's the problem with spotting in DCS. That, and you don't really get glints or reflections off canopies as much as you would expect to, or, you know, of gloss paint on aircraft that have it. But the majority of DCS players who say this or that about spotting or splash damage even, they don't actually understand what realism is. Splash damage, for instance, overpressure is what DCS models. It doesn't model fragmentation, and that is a problem. That's why infantry can have a bomb go off next to them. It doesn't really do much. Overpressure will fuck you up if you're very close to the actual explosion, but the fall off of overpressure is quite rapid. And anyone who thinks a Mark 82 that misses a tank by 5 meters is going to kill the tank is delusional. Like, there's a reason bombs are not very effective at killing tanks unless they hit them directly. You know, people post photos of Tigers flipped upside down from World War II. Those are generally 1,000-pounders or more that landed right next to it, or under it, or went through it and detonated beneath it. Or like a 16-inch battleship shell that landed next to it. You can set off a nuclear bomb, like a small nuclear bomb, like, say, anywhere in the range of 1 to 10 kilotons, within 500 meters of a tank, and the tank will be basically unaffected. It'll screw with the optics, like the tank might not be able to see outside very well, but the tank will still be running, the crew will probably be okay if it has decent CBRN protection. Like, people just have very little concept of what realism actually means. Almost as if... Yeah, it is! It's almost as if they're called a tank for a reason. If it was opened up, it'd be in trouble because of the whole CBRN thing, but, like, the thing is, the British in Australia, because, you know, you don't have any room to set off nukes in the UK, the British, when they tested their nukes out here, set off a nuke within 500 yards of a Centurion that was running at the time. There were no crew in it, but the tank was left running. The tank was not running when they came back to it, but only because it ran out of fuel. Some of the optics were sandblasted, the canvas gun mantlet cover was burnt off, but the tank was operational. Like, it could have kept fighting. The Americans detonated a couple of bombs near M48s with crew in them, and the crew survived. They probably didn't have a good time later. They probably ended up with all sorts of nasty radiation-related stuff, but they survived the initial blast. Yeah, that's not an issue on the Abrams. It doesn't take much backing to stop the, whatever's coming off the depleted uranium getting into the tank. The depleted uranium is part of a sandwich of steel armor and various other things, so it's not an issue. Now, if something penetrates the armor, and you ended up with vaporized depleted uranium entering the fighting compartment, you might have a problem. Yeah. It's pyrophoric and it's very prone to self-sharpening when it hits things, like it just splinters. It's quite cool to see in action though, like when a piece of uranium, depleted uranium hits something. We are not even halfway there. How's our fuel? Okay for now. And we want to continue straight. We don't want to take that branch down there. But yeah, like, overpressure is grossly overestimated in most situations. Things like canopy reflection, like all this stuff, DCS is maybe not 100% realistic, but it's more realistic than most, if not all, other sims in that respect. And people have the Hollywood explosions disease. Like, people keep asking, oh, why do the explosions look so crap? They need more orange in them. We need more fireballs. No, we need less. We need less. If you've ever actually seen a bomb go off in real life, unless it hits something that is flammable, it's just a puff of smoke and debris. It throws clods of dirt everywhere and a lot of dust and smoke, but you almost get no flash. Like, people just have no... And it's weird because there's so many videos of bombs blowing up out there. Like, this shit's not hard to find information on. It's actually really fucking easy. Just go to YouTube, search for fucking bomb, bombing run or something, and you'll see. And then, like, people bring up videos from test ranges and stuff and not realize that a lot of the time for like firepower demos, they intentionally put flammable targets, so it looks really impressive. But an actual normal explosion is just a puff of smoke. Look at a hand grenade explosion. It's literally a puff of smoke. You don't get fireballs with that shit. You know, and on the occasion you do, it's usually too quick to see with the human eye anyway. It's kind of weird, like, to refer back to Laobai's Venn diagram of the DCS community, which I think is fully accurate, and I reside firmly in the middle of that Venn diagram. I think we all know that. It's true. That is basically the way the DCS community is set up. Aircraft enthusiasts, rivet counters, and gamers, and in the center like hunts. But because of that, a lot of them will ask for stuff that's just not realistic. They'll be convinced it is real, but they ask for stuff that's just ridiculous. And it's something you see, not just in DCS, but to kind of go back to sledging on Gaijin for a little bit here. It's just the lowest hanging fruit of the low-hanging fruit, but Gaijin recently added wing flex to War Thunder, and they completely overdid it. It's ridiculous. Like, it is actually obscene. Rolling down the taxiway... You know, World of Warplanes at least doesn't pretend to be a simulator. But going down a runway in War Thunder, if the runway is any kind of bumpy, if it's dirt or whatever, the wings will be doing this. Even on a Warbird with quite rigid wings that do not flex in normal flight. On an aircraft that does have quite flexible wings, the wings are literally flapping like a fucking bird. It's ridiculous. And people think that's realistic because they don't have a frame of reference. Most aircraft that we have in DCS don't exhibit a lot of wing flex. These Warbirds exhibit almost none, unless you're about to overstress the wing. The MiG-21 exhibits such a tiny, minuscule amount of wing flex. It's there, but it's not usually noticeable. It doesn't in DCS. It's not modeled in DCS. But in real life, if you attach a camera to the wing of a MiG-21 and start pulling, you'll notice just a very gentle fluttering, but not much. The 14 has a decent amount, yeah. The MiG-29 has quite noticeable wing flex in DCS when you pull G, but it doesn't normally do it when you're taxiing or whatever, or not to a hugely noticeable extent. 16's got quite a bit. The F5 does too, especially with missiles on. Is wing flex on the MiG modeled in real life? In real life, yes. That's how I knew it had wing flex. I found a video of it, but it's very, very, very subtle. Oh yeah, the devs have abandoned real life. Like, give up any hope on a decent patch for that in any reasonable time frame. It ain't coming. Taken over by griefers. Ain't that the truth? The devs have abandoned real life as like the cyberpunk version of God has forsaken us. Yep. I don't know about you guys, but if we were heading for like a cyberpunk utopia, at least it would be cool and dystopia. Words are hard. If we were heading for a cyberpunk dystopia, at least it would be cool and interesting, even if it was miserable. We've got the miserable part down, we just don't have the cool or interesting. We live in the most fucking boring dystopia imaginable. That's the worst part. It's not even a good dystopia, it's a shit one. That's what really bothers me about being alive in current year. We live in a timeline where rather than actually just improving work conditions or boosting wages, Amazon have decided to put down little meditation booths for their workers to take care of their mental health in, I suppose, all the spare time that they had to go to the toilet by pissing in bottles, or skip meal breaks, or neglect to bandage themselves after they cause themselves injuries while rushing to fulfill unrealistic quotas. Excellent. This is definitely a healthy society with a very good, well-balanced economic system. I'll tell you one portable device that would be very, very well received, I think, in Amazon warehouses, and in fact should be well received everywhere. There should be a lot more of them in the world. It was invented by the... well, it wasn't invented by the French, it was perfected by the French. Couldn't even give company-issued adult diapers for the workers. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the next thing they try, to be honest. They'll probably do some cost-benefit analysis and work out that providing adult diapers is cheaper than giving them that many bottles of water. And they'll just have them drink water from the fucking tap instead. Not many things were perfected by the French. Yeah, it does narrow it down somewhat, doesn't it? Plastic bottles are not environmentally friendly, neither is Amazon as a company. The rainforest was, it probably isn't anymore with the state it's in, but Amazon as a company are not environmentally friendly. I suppose the real test will be the day I finally get banned off Twitch for criticizing Bezos. That'll be the real oh shit moment. Incidentally, yeah, they will. I was looking at stuff about the War Thunder dev server because I was curious to at least try out the MiG-23 because I know I'm never going to unlock it. I don't play that game enough and I don't hate myself enough to grind it. And apparently, content creators get everything unlocked for them for free, whereas normal players have to grind in the dev server to get stuff that they have 48 hours to play. So you grind for 48 hours and you have like 2 minutes to test it out. But their regulations for being a content creator of any sort are like really onerous, and as far as I could tell, they didn't explicitly write this, but as far as I could tell from the way that it was written, it implies that they will DMCA take down anything that doesn't adhere to those guidelines. Like, fuck off. There was a cloud... Why am I pointing at my screen? There was a cloud there when the terrain generation was done. So, for those who have missed me saying it before, that's how you spot where there was a cloud on the satellite imagery. It's this really generic field texture that's just kind of airbrushed on. Yeah, World of Tanks does give you... I don't remember if it's infinite, but it's like a huge amount. So, in World of Tanks, when the test server's up, you can just jump in and test whatever the fuck you want. And it was a lot of fun playing on the World of Tanks test server, because you could play shit that you were never going to unlock, you know, just grind down a whole tree you're never going to play on the live server, and go hang out with the Russians, who had a very different playstyle to the NA server players. Very aggressive playstyle, which I liked. Who's the mono corporation in the future? Amazon and Microsoft? Good question. It isn't a really wide field, though, is it? Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Apple, Facebook. Not many horses in that race. But yeah, it'll probably be Amazon. Well, if there is an Amazon government, once again I return to the fine marvel of technological achievement by the French people. Which, if I name on stream, I probably will get banned for inciting violence or some shit. Finally, the libertarian paradise. Ayn Rand will be proud. Yep. Yes. Finally, a sentient ballsack will rise to the top of humanity as intended all along. You know, some people are just destined for greatness and they shouldn't be held back by those beneath them. Never mind the fact that I've been held back my whole life by the fucking kinds of morons this country votes into power. By the way, cool and good update for those that don't follow New South Wales state politics. Our Premier, Gladys Berejiklian, who has been held up by the press as, like, a wonderfully caring, compassionate, hard-working woman, never say a bad word about her, even though she's been embroiled in every fucking scandal that hit this state for the past how many years. Because, you know, most of our media is owned by Rupert Murdoch, and will report whatever he tells them to report, and he happens to like having right-wing nut jobs in power. Gladys has been basically in the know about a bunch of her close friends, diddling kids. As well as corruption, you know, the usual garden variety stuff, but diddling kids as well, and she didn't say anything about it. And the press won't say anything about it because, God forbid, an actual scandal about the Liberal Party come to light. They're too busy slandering the Labour Party and the trade unions to do anything against the Liberal Party. Seems popular with the right-wing nutjobs lately? Yeah, it's almost as if the two things are inextricably linked, isn't it? It's almost like you can predict with near 100% accuracy that anyone who says they're about family values has probably put their dick in somebody under the age of 14. Like, it's almost 100% success rate. Must pay the rental fee for your company issued diapers? That is very Amazon. That sounds like something they do. Interestingly, I think the conservative culture war shit's kind of falling apart. Too bad they haven't fallen apart yet. Oh well. We can always hope. Maybe we just got family values wrong all along. Yeah, I mean, maybe they just meant something else entirely when they said family values. When will we see the 152 in armor? Sheridan in armor would be quite nice. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if Prairie Fire doesn't include it at some point, because the Sheridan was quite widely employed in Vietnam, from memory. Still okay on fuel. Only so much rage you can generate and maintain, and the more recent stuff just falls down flat pretty quick. I think as more and more people actually realize the stuff that affects them directly, the manufactured outrage is going to be less and less effective. I've had so many more of my friends start to wake up to the fact that they're being screwed, and they're starting to realize who by, that I think they're going to, hopefully, fingers crossed, they're going to find themselves running out of allies very, very soon. But, you know, they did try all the usual right-wing diversions, like quietly stoking the flames of fascism to get them to pop up. and then pretending they had nothing to do with it. That's a classic. You know that things are getting bad for the capitalist system when fascism appears again. It's very useful to them because not only do fascists hate communists, but also they hate the Jews. And what's better for distracting working people from getting, like, how badly they're getting fucked over than giving them a boogeyman outsider to blame? Like, no joke, that's where most actual anti-Semitism, not criticizing Israel, because that's not anti-Semitism, but actual anti-Semitism comes from. People look for an outside group to blame for their misfortunes. In the US, it's usually immigrants. In Europe, it's usually the Jews, or now Muslims. That's the oldest play in the book. The oldest play in the book. Oh no, it's not our fault that you're poor and miserable and dying of a preventable disease. That's their fault because they took your jobs, or they run the economy, or whatever. It's a classic. It's... like, there are always certain markers that you can tell a government or a system is in turmoil. Like, for instance, Argentina is a good example, because you can tell the Argentinian government is having problems at home the moment they say anything about the Falklands. If you hear the word Malvinas, you know that something's gone fucked in Argentina. Same with anywhere in Eastern Europe. Most of those countries have their own equivalent. If Serbia's having a bad day, it's the Albanians' fault. Like, it's easy to tell. Any country or any government or any system that is breaking down will always look for an external force to blame to draw attention away from itself. Always. And that is why, over the past more than a century now, every time capitalism has found itself in a crisis, either actual fascism or something comparable to it, especially before fascism itself was invented as such, it's kind of always existed in one form or other, that's why that appears, like clockwork. You know, when things are going well, you don't really hear that much about neo-Nazis, or hear that much about immigrants. When things are not going so well, you hear a lot about them, don't you? Curious, that. Gotta love caste systems that you don't realize are caste systems? Yep. And it's in the interest of the people in power to make sure that education is never what it should be, because if your sort of general population, if your underclass, are educated enough to actually realize the way that your decisions affect them, well, they're going to know what the problem is, aren't they? You don't want them knowing what the problem is. That's the whole point. You keep them away from discovering what the problem is. So you give them just enough education they can be useful workers, but not enough education that they actually have the capacity to think for themselves, let alone put 2 and 2 together and get 4. And you let the problem take care of itself. They will fight amongst each other before they turn on you. Oldest trick in the book. I'm sure that this shit was happening back in caveman days. Yeah, clearly, when all things are going well, immigration doesn't exist, and also, like, Nazis just, like, fade into the ether. But, I mean, we're alive in an interesting time. It's... what gets me, right? What gets me? If you mention the Stasi, people will immediately rail on about, oh, the Stasi were evil, they were even worse than the Gestapo, oh, they, you know, 1 in every 3 East Germans was spying for the Stasi, you couldn't fucking fart without somebody at Stasi knowing about it. Well, yeah, but you just sent off your DNA to Ancestry, who are probably going to sell it on to about 10 different medical research companies, and it's probably also going to find its way into the state security services coffers somewhere. You have your phone set that you can broadcast your location at all the time because you use fucking Google Maps or whatever. So Google knows where you are at all times and can tailor advertisements to follow your route to and from work. You're perfectly okay with all sorts of national security law being... like, people these days have no actual concept of just how bad the surveillance state has gotten, even compared to the Stasi at the peak at the peak of East Germany's paranoia. It's not even close. Like, they would shit themselves with envy if they could see the kind of information that even private, like, corporations have today. Never mind the state security organs. Private corporations have more information on you, me, everyone, right now, than the Stasi ever had on East German citizens. Like, it's actually mind-blowing to sit and think about, but people are totally chill with it. They don't care. Again, boring dystopia. You tighten the thumb screws just enough that people don't notice, right? Stasi weren't efficient? Oh no, the Stasi were extremely efficient. The Stasi were probably the only actual intelligence service to exist that were actually good at their jobs. Most of them are fucking incompetent, but the Stasi were actually quite good at their job. Their job was just pretty fucked up. The Stasi and the KGB both were quite good. The KGB were more prone to paranoid flights of fancy, though. And the Stasi kind of perfected some of the internal security measures, shall we say. It's capitalist corporations who have my best interests at heart. Yeah, I know, right? They would never do anything morally wrong or questionable, ever. Since when would a corporation do such a thing? Corporations are people just like you and me. Oh my fucking god, I'm gonna throw up. So, back when I was a student and I was actually trying to study and I wasn't looking for a job, I got no spam emails, I got no telemarketing calls, I got nothing. Beautiful. Radio silence from anybody I didn't directly contact myself. It was amazing. As soon as I had to start applying to jobs, and the government here forces you to shotgun out like 20 applications a month, right? I think it's less at the moment, it's like 15 now or something. But they force you to shotgun out a quota of applications, right? Within a certain time period. So you're just firing off applications, you know you're not going to get the job because you're not qualified for it or whatever, but you have to do it. Otherwise the government tells you, fuck you, you're not eating for this month. After I had to start doing that, guess what? I started getting telemarketing calls constantly. I started getting spam emails from companies I'd never even heard of. All my information started getting passed around like fucking wildfire. It's incredible. As I have long said, the state is not your friend, but at least you know where the state lives. You can do something about that one. You can take that wonderful French device outside Parliament and fix the problem. But a multinational corporation whose board don't even sit in the same country as you, you don't even know who the board are, what can you do about it? Nothing. I would prefer government oppression over corporate oppression, because like I said, at least you can deal with one of them. And although, you know, you could argue that, well, the government fields a powerful military, whereas corporations don't, give it time. Give it time. Also, if it's a big enough corporation or they have anything at all to do with the energy sector, yes, they do have private militaries, and they are quite sizable. Or they just call in the American military to do it for them. I mean, the US military basically is a private military for energy corporations at this point, hey. Suppose there's a certain essential purity of purpose over an evil government trying to punch you down. I mean, the thing is, usually with evil governments, it's because somebody has a very delusional and warped sense of what's good for the people. Like, it can be really bad, horrible shit, but they think somewhere in their messed up minds that they're doing good. So, like, at least there's that. Whereas a corporation, they don't want to do good. They don't fucking care about doing good. They just want more profit. That's it. So yeah, exactly. There is. There really is. I mean, obviously you prefer to have neither of them, right? They're both bad, but I mean, at least with one of them, you know that the reason they're doing it is because they think it will somehow do good. Even if it won't, it will do the opposite. What's really been entertaining to me is watching Twitch try and make itself more popular and make itself look more and more... I hate to use the term in this sense because I sound like a fucking boomer when I'm doing it, but Twitch is trying to appear woke. And they're doing it the worst possible way. Like, first the removing the terminology around blind playthroughs because it might be offensive to vision impaired people. It's like, no, it's fucking not. You know what is offensive to vision impaired people? Not having high contrast modes, not having text-to-speech for chat, not having features like that, or like large resolution interfaces. That's offensive to vision impaired people. Like, if I take these off, I can't see shit except blurry colors on my screen, right? I can only imagine what it's like for somebody who can't just put on glasses to fix their problem. Instead of doing any of that actual difficult stuff, Twitch just said, no, we're going to ban the word blind playthrough. Well, not ban it, but we're going to make blind playthroughs not a thing on Twitch anymore. We're going to re-term it. And now their big thing is they're adding tags. And I think this most recent thing, I can see where they're coming from, but it's still stupid. Their most recent thing is they're going to add tags for things like gender, ethnicity, mental illnesses, whatever. I get the theory. It's so that if you have something or you are something, you know, you can find someone you identify with. I get it. But first of all, I'm kind of leery of pigeonholing people anyway, because while it might be, oh, we're celebrating diversity, you're actually kind of doing the opposite by shoving people into cliques. People like them, basically. So, yeah, you're acknowledging diversity exists, but you're kind of stifling it by forcing people into groups with people that are like them. It doesn't really help. I wouldn't go so far as to call it segregation, but it's pretty fucking stupid. The actual problem with this, the actual big problem with tags that revolve around identity or, like, medical conditions is Twitch has a lot of vulnerable people on it, right? It has a lot of vulnerable fucking people on it. Especially with mental illness issues. Like, hello fellow depressed people. How much fun is it going to be when predatory shitheads, which Twitch has always had a problem with, can now search a specific mental disorder by tag, find a person with it, and then manipulate them? How awesome is that going to be? Because that is going to be the outcome of this. I can tell you right now. That is going to be the first fucking thing that happens. Is people looking to exploit, like psychopaths, actual psychopaths, looking to exploit people who are vulnerable are going to be able to do it easier than ever because they can literally search for tags and find people that conform to that particular vulnerability. Like, I don't know if you guys are aware, but there's a whole cult out there that thinks anorexia should be, like, accepted. They don't consider it a disorder. They think it's a good thing, and more people should be anorexic. Like, they're going to find people who have eating disorders and prey on them. And it's going to work. I know that people use it as a form of, like, that's what I use it for as well, partly. Now that I actually can get income from Twitch, it helps bolster my income a bit, so I don't have to work as much because I don't cope well with working normal person, like, you know, full-time hours or whatever. I get that, but more tags is good, but tags particularly for specific disabilities, that's a problem. Just having, like, blanket tags for a disability, like, you know, oh, well, I'm disabled, so I use this for income support, that's fine. But having specific disabilities, particularly mental, is, like, bad uh-oh shit, because I can tell you right now that's going to be abused so badly. So badly. Yeah, having tags for, like, communities that are friendly towards a particular thing, you might still bring in, like, it might still attract the wrong sort of people, but it's less obvious. Yeah, I don't see this ending well, dude. I mean, I know I'm fucking a pessimist. I'd call it realist, but I'm a pessimist compared to most people on here, but I have lived enough years on this earth to know that's what happens. When you have a community of mentally vulnerable people, all it takes is one person who will exploit that, and oh boy, the bad shit starts. That one cursed Gary's Mod community that I've spoken about in the past, that was basically what happened there. It was a concentration of people with various, you know, different mental disorders or whatever. I mean, I have a couple myself, but there were people there who were worse off than me, believe me. And they were just being taken for a ride by actual fucking sociopaths. And it was just frustrating to watch, because there was nothing you could do about it, because sociopaths are very good at turning people against anyone that criticizes them. But at the same time, I am self-aware enough to know what it looks like when that happens. Like, I've had it done to me. I know what it looks like. The only people that played at that community for more than a few months were teenagers with gender dysphoria and failed 30-somethings with personality disorders. Hey! Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's literally it. Those were the two groups you had. And you can imagine how easy it was for people to prey on them. Which is exactly what happened. Right, but the problem is, Max, that anyone on Twitch is going to be able to search up that tag, find that community, pretend that they're part of it, insert themselves into it, and then start basically, you know, eating away at it from the inside. That's my point. I don't think you quite realize how sociopaths and psychopaths work, my dude. Like, I have been exposed to them enough. I've seen this happen plenty of times throughout my life. This is what they do. This is what they do. They will find a vulnerable community, a vulnerable person, or even a whole community. A whole community is even better because you can get multiple vulnerable people at once. They will worm their way into it and they will start destroying it from the inside. And they'll do it in a way that's really hard to weed out. I mean, I've literally seen it happen in Twitch communities over the past couple of years. I've seen it happen in real time in Twitch communities. I mean, it could be a stronger defense, maybe, or it could just make it easier for them to get multiple people at once. That's my issue. It really depends on the moderation. I guess if you have a bunch of moderators who are good at spotting that kind of thing and kind of weeding it out, you should be okay. But some of these communities don't. Some of them don't have that many moderators, some of them don't have moderators at all, and some of them have moderators that have the exact same issues as the rest of the community, you know what I mean? I don't know, again, it's a pretty pessimistic take, but I think I'd rather be on the safe side of just not doing it. And when those tags roll out, whenever it happens, it may have happened already, I am not going to be using them, because God knows I've dealt with enough people trying to fucking feed off me, I don't need any more. And I'll also tell you guys up front now, if I disappear someone from my community, that's generally why. Either they kind of give me warning signs that they're going to be one of those, or I just get bad vibes. Like, I've had enough shit that I just... If I get bad vibes, you're gone. Sorry, but it is what it is. I've learnt to trust my gut over the years. And, it's actually topical in the DCS Twitch community recently, because that exact thing has happened. I'm not going to sit here and armchair diagnose the person involved, but there has been a person going through the DCS Twitch community using other streamers as a way to pull themselves up, and then basically pretty much using them, chewing them up, spitting them out afterwards, over really petty narcissistic shit. So it happens. It happens. And even I didn't notice. I mean, I had some bad vibes, but I didn't action them because I thought, you know, some people are just a bit highly strung. I have to be accepting. Well, I've learnt not to be fucking accepting now. If you're fucking giving me bad vibes, you're gone. It has been pretty good. I've missed a couple. I missed Bald, and I missed my old supervisor. And also this the most recent one, the radar kind of pinged me, but I ignored it, so that was my fault. The one that really bugs me is that I missed Bald, because that was, like, holy shit. That's beyond the point where it's circumstantial evidence at this point, and that's really fucked up. It really bothers me that I missed that. Okay, so there's background on this, and this might incite drama. I might end up with fucking thousands of fanboys brigading me, whatever. So there's a YouTuber I used to watch before I kind of cottoned on to the fact something was wrong. And he'd go around, you know, all these different places that tourists normally wouldn't. It was a travel vlog, and travel vlogs have, I've since found out, quite a reputation for this kind of thing. But he'd go to all these places that most people would classify as shitholes and the tourists would avoid, but they were places that were interesting to me. You know, places throughout Eastern Europe, or like random street markets in India or whatever. Real people places. Like the places you go to see actual real culture. And he just seemed like a really easygoing, confident guy that would speak to the locals in their own language and go around and check out all these interesting historical sites. I was like, oh cool, finally somebody that actually has the money to travel, or, you know, has the income support, I guess, to travel to places I'd like to go, and actually is interested in the stuff I'm interested in. Well, it turns out that there is pretty overwhelming evidence that they're actually doing that as a way of funding sex tourism. Like, just, it's bad. It's really bad. Somebody dug up forum accounts from the old Roosh V forum when that was still a thing, if it is still a thing, I don't know. Old forum accounts which are, like, there's just... It's not like, oh, well, they mentioned one thing that's literally the life stories match up to the month. It's too close to be coincidence. And also there were a lot of mutual associations going on. Like, one of the other guys who is known to be doing this, name dropped the other guy. There was another one that used his real name when he signed up to the Roosh V forum, because apparently he has an IQ of, like, 10. So yeah, that was interesting. I only found out because I got one day, I was like, something here doesn't sit right with me anymore. Like, I just got bad vibes. And sure enough, a video popped up in Related. It was one of these guys that he didn't do the best job of it, but bless him, he tried, trying to get the information out there. Like this big expose, right? And he referenced back to this subreddit. Now, it was also full of bizarro conspiracy theorist shit. Like, they weren't really doing a good job of selling their discovery, but there were a few decent sources of information in there which did actually check out. It's pretty sorted, so I don't want to go into it on stream. I know I've been ranting for like the last hour about grim shit, but this is too grim even for that, so... If you want further details, they can be provided in the Discord by request or DM'd or something, but... Suffice to say, somebody who I thought was a pretty stand-up traveler, sort of travel blogger, is somebody who should be in a dark hole in the ground, never to be seen again. Like, there are a few things that I will say somebody should just be shot without trial for, and most of those things he's done. Yes, I do, in fact. And my sister's boyfriend plays that game, and so he was talking about it. I was like, hey, do you remember that drama that kicked off like a year ago? And he's like, I think I know which one you're talking about. I was like, yeah, boy, I was a first-hand spectator to that one. That was fun. If their YouTube name involves the lack of hair and the lack of money, then yes, it's the same person. It was more specifically the details of what he posted on those forums before sanitizing everything for his YouTube account that I didn't want to go into, because it's all TOS. It's really badly TOS as well. the story starts bad and ends worse, put it that way. So yeah, there we go. So the nose is kicking up with the flaps, which, I don't know, they said they adjusted it to more accurately reflect... I just realized I've been yelling for like the last hour. I have no internal volume control. They said that they tuned the flaps to be more accurate, but the flaps on a Spitfire, because they drop like 85 degrees straight down very quickly as well, you do get a nose forward bunt when they drop, which is modelled in DCS. It's finally modelled in IL2. It took them a while to do it. And it used to be modelled here, but it's not anymore, which is very curious. Again, Eagle Dynamics, being part of the fighter collection, they have access to real Spitfire Mark 9s, so if I'm going to trust anyone's flight model, at least in the air, I don't know about the ground, it's going to be ED's. I do have the volume up, but also I have I just have no sense of how loudly I'm speaking. Even in a quiet room, I'll tend to either whisper or shout. It's one of those ASD things, I think. Long landing. Little bounce. Hey, Jazz. God, I hope I haven't been that loud all morning. My fucking neighbors must hate me. Oops. Ah! Okay, so that works now. That's pretty cool. That's a detail DCS doesn't model, is the fact that you can half-cock the latch on this. See? That's fully locked, then it's half-cocked, so that's where they keep it for landing. And then you would, if you needed to, you could just open it. That's a really cool detail, actually, Flying Iron. Thank you for doing that. Meanwhile, I'm running myself off the runway here. Where's the fucking terminal? This is probably not the actual airport. This is a little flying club or something, but we'll call it good enough. I mean, it is nearly 11 AM here, so it's been a couple hours, but I'm just worried I was being loud when I started the stream at like 5 AM. That's one thing I miss about not having neighbors, is I could be as loud as I fucking wanted literally any hour of the day or night. In fact, well, not the day. I had to be a little bit quiet during the day at the old place because I had the restaurant downstairs. I didn't want to, like, piss off their customers, but if I wanted to scream at 3 AM at the top of my lungs, I could do it, and nobody would care, because there would be nobody there to hear me, except maybe some ice heads, and they definitely wouldn't care, because they would join me in doing so. Don't know which airport this is, or airfield, whatever. USAB. Alright, let's remember that one for when we set up the next flight. Actually, I'll set it up in the world map before I end the stream, so I don't forget. And we'll pick up from there. So we'll be flying out tomorrow earlier in the day. I'm just concerned by the time I get to Kazan, it'll be getting quite dark and we won't be able to really see much on the ground, especially with this weather. Beautiful weather, though. Instead of ending the stream right away, though, we could do another flight. Maybe do a little bit of a flit around Canberra or something. Take the Jabiru up, maybe. Guam, yeah. Make the pilgrimage. Should do a flight from Melbourne up the coast. Like Melbourne, Sydney. You'd do like little hops all the way up actually. In something light, and then when you get to Brisbane, hop in a, or Cairns, hop in a airliner and fly the rest of the way in that. Okay, so the parked Spitfires are no longer levitating. Now they're sunk through the ground. But hey, it's an improvement. So that still needs tweaking, Flying Iron. Need to lift it up about 6 inches to a foot, and she'll be right. Corsair should have good range. I should actually get that Corsair, to be honest. It looks quite nice. We could make that a thing. I could maybe pick up the Corsair at some point. We could do a sightseeing tour around Australia. Why is there a forklift at the fucking refueling, Bowser? Bruh. Get out of the way. Don't most forklifts run on LPG or something? Pretty sure they don't run on petrol. Oh, we had tons of fuel left. Oh, we could fly for heaps further. What the fuck am I doing? Whatever. We're gonna end the flight here, so we'll go ahead and shut it down. Clean out the mixture. Mags off. Fuel cock off, and then turn these off. Fuel pressure off. Probably should have done that first, but whatever. What am I doing now? Power. There we go. Another thing I want to check is, have they fixed the compass yet? No, they have not. Wait, yes they have. I'm dumb. Okay, so this wasn't working right last time, I don't think, or I just had like a Papega brain moment, but this is how this compass actually works. It's a grid compass. So north is that crossed line at the cross end, that's north. So what you do is you rotate the bezel so that north is pointing the same way as that, and that's why you've got this T shape, so you can line up the grid. And then there's a witness mark up the top which tells you your actual bearing, and I can't zoom in enough or lean enough because my track IR won't pick it up. Was that 140? Yeah, 140. And we're about 140 on the directional gyro. Whoop. Wonder why they didn't make the bezel to rotate as well. There is a reason, I can't remember it. There's also... So this thing's a latch. You can lock the compass, which is important in the real aircraft because the vibrations can make it walk. But in this it doesn't seem to be modelled. A2A Spitfire does do it, I think, in FSX. But yeah, like that's how this works, basically. There was a particular reason for using that style of compass, I just don't remember what it was. And that is I think that should be a P8. It's a P8 or a P10 in a Spitfire Mark 9. So let's end our flight there. I'm actually surprised it didn't end the flight when I switched the electrics off. Usually it does. So let's go main menu. and we'll set up the next flight. Part of the reasons I have plenty of these things, yeah, left over from the Navy, probably. It's a fairly robust, reliable compass, too. It's just fucking huge, and it's in a really awkward spot to read on the Spitfire, because that's the only place I could fit it. So, that was USAB, I think, so we're up at Engels. We stopped there, so that's, yeah, Usoy is Saratov Sokol Airfield, then Centralny, which is the main airport, I think. And then Dubki is a little airfield, and then we got Engels down there, which we landed at. So then we come up here, Kurmoch, we've gone past... No, we haven't. We're... Hang on. Oh, this is Monted. Why is the river cut off in this display? Now I can't easily find the fucking bend in it. Okay, no. We're south of Kurmoch. So, Bismarck, Samara, Kriaj Airbase. Oh, we landed an airbase! That's fortuitous. Okay, well that can be our departure from the fuel box. And our arrival, although we're not going to fly direct there, we're going to fly a fairly convoluted route. Our arrival will be Kazan. Is there an airbase at Kazan? Probably. No. Maybe. But we'll go up to Kazan. $153 miles straight line. About an hour. That's going to push our fuel. That's really going to push our fuel. I might need to actually stop at Vostochny. So we'll do a short hop. We'll do a short hop to Vostochny, and then we'll know, because see, Saratov and Engels are down there, so we flew quite far. I reckon we could do Kazan. This is a really dumb idea, but I reckon we could do Kazan. If we can't make it, there's not a lot of divert options, actually. Not many at all, but we'll try it. New one north of town that looks like it's not modelled. Yeah, it might not be yet, because remember the satellite imagery for this is going to be at least 5 years old. Sometimes more than that. Probably 10 for parts of Russia. 10 or 15. ATC ends everything with, if you're going to be a pilot, a commercial pilot especially, you got to perfect your, you got to get that really, like, throaty sound. Breedle is excellent at it. If you guys haven't seen Breedle do it, Breedle has it fucking locked down. Like, you can tell that man's a commercial pilot. He just... Perfect. I still got to work on mine. So we'll go from there. Actually, you know what? I could set the whole route. Have anything like really interesting? Sormovo, Pravdinsk, Chkalovsk. I was gonna go to Chkalovsk, I think. So we'll actually set. What we'll do is we'll set Domodedovo, maybe. Or actually, we'll go for Ramenskoye. We'll set that as our arrival. Then we'll go add, and then Chkalovsk, add. Yeah, that looks good. I think we'll have the fuel for that, so we'll do 3 legs. That'll get us into Moscow. That'll probably be, yeah, 3.5 hours. That'll be a stream's worth just by itself. And then from there, the plan is to kind of hook down around the edge of Belarus. Maybe we'll stay outside Belarus given current events. But we'll hook down through Ukraine. So we'll come in from the north. I want to do an overflight of Pripyat and Chernobyl, and then we'll come down to Kiev, probably stop in Kiev, and then I want to do kind of a snake through the south of Ukraine, just check stuff out, probably stop somewhere in Crimea for fuel, and then we'll hop back across to the northern side of the Caucasus, coming through down here through the Kuban, and then we'll fly along the north side and visit all these places familiar to us from DCS. Then we'll cross again over the Caspian. We'll probably stop at Turkmenbashi for fuel again, and we'll follow the mountains here down to Ashgabat, and we'll probably follow from Ashgabat over to Mari, which is miserable in the Jab, but it should be manageable in a Spitfire. And then we'll just kind of follow the mountains, I guess, around Central Asia. Should be interesting. I do kind of want to stop at the Devil's Throat, but that's way up somewhere in the interior of the country, which is going to be a fucking pain. Oh, we should totally go to fucking Rebirth as well. We'll go to Rebirth. Also, interestingly, are you guys noticing anything bizarre here? Because I sure am. I was wondering why there was a large body of water east of the Caspian Sea and west of Lake Baikal, and I could not work out what that large body of water was until I realized. Most of the other satellite imagery is between 5 and 10 years old. This satellite imagery must be fucking 50 years old. It's the Aral Sea. This doesn't exist anymore. This is the Aral Puddle now. Like, I think the only water left in it is up around here. Rebirth Island isn't even an island anymore. Like, Rebirth is part of the mainland now. Like, all of this is dry land, and I think the only water left in the Aral Sea is up here. I found something horrific. It's not even ironic. Oh no. Well, you've got to share with the class now, haven't you? And then, yeah, we'll continue through Central Asia, probably skirting around the edge of the desert there, and maybe come back down. Actually, I want to go all the way out to the Far East. Oh, dude, shit. There's actually snow. There's actually fucking snow. That's pretty cool. Max found the corporate rental type. Oh no. Okay, so we've got that set. We're going to save the flight plan. That's badlifechoices.pln. We're going to override it. Yeah, okay. So that should work. Hopefully, next time. Let me actually just edit our aircraft too. I should have done that first. Liveries. Is there a way to turn off all that modern shit in my cockpit? Probably not. We want full fuel. We're slightly overweight. Hang on. This is different. We used to have to max out the payload. We used to have to make the pilot weigh like 500 pounds to give it an accurate loadout with like ammunition, which was from memory 7,000 pounds or so. But it's not doing it anymore. Super, what was it? It was like 7,000 pounds? I don't remember. For fully combat loaded Spit 9. So they've changed something there, I guess. We're close to our aft limit. Set that smack in the middle. Turn on the random failures. I don't know what armed means. I think it means that it's... Oil system... Oh, this would be a fun one. With no fire extinguisher. I don't know if I have to tell it to be armed or what for it to actually work, but we'll just turn them all to enabled and leave them unarmed. I think armed means that it will happen, whereas failure means it might happen. We can... Complete failure, I think, is like the airframe just falls apart. I don't know. But we'll leave it on, I guess. Customization... I forget what this Spitfire's serial number is, but we'll leave it. No wear and tear. Hey, nuts. They are on, Pom. They're on. I just don't think that it's set to definitely fail. And I don't want it to be set to definitely fail, because we're meant to be on an adventure, not on a fucking emergency procedures checklist. I told you, nuts. That's for the fucking OnlyFans. Jesus, man. Get it straight. Wrong platform. Flight conditions. 5 AM local's not bad. All players. Yep, that works. And then we'll save it. Although we might need to adjust the time when we actually do it. It's weird that it's saving as a flight instead of a flight plan. I guess we'll save both and see if it works. I have... Oh, no. I have no idea if this is going to work, but we'll set it to that. There we go. So that'll be one for next time we play this, but in the meantime... It's going to default to that. Actually, let's have a look at some of the activity stuff. Bush trips. Oh, these are quite long trips, though. There's a couple for the jab, which is interesting. Wear and tear is tied to failure? Maybe. I think the wear and tear stuff is mostly parasite drag on the airframe and control effectiveness. Like slack in the control cables or something. Alright, let's go over here. Actually, you know what? Let's try somewhere else. Where would be really scenic to fly over and interesting? Guam. No, we're not doing Guam today. We'll do Guam another time. I actually want to fly around Cape Town. Set as departure. Get rid of that. Delete arrival. We'll change the time so I can actually see what's going on. Yeah, we'll fly around Cape Town for a bit. And let's take not the Spitfire, because as much as I love it, it's probably not the best aircraft for this. I mean, it works for it, but let's take something with a little bit more sedentary of a pace. This is quite nice to fly. I might take this. Oh, and there's liveries for it now. Give it full fuel. That's going to put us over our takeoff weight. We'll just have no passenger, even though that's going to make us roll a bit. I wish there was a way to just turn on all the failures at once, because I think complete failure is different to just enabling them all individually. Cool. Fly in the Falklands. There's nothing there. Like, there's not a lot to see. It's just rock and peat bog, and sheep, and penguins. The penguins are the most interesting part of it. They did have a big fight there. It was a miserable fight for all involved. Nobody had fun. It must have been something worth fighting over. Fishing rights and now oil rights. And also, Galtieri needed a distraction from the fact that his junta was a dumpster fire. You know, just to change things up a little bit, a South American military junta that's fucking terrible. Wow. Who could have seen that coming? They perpetually do. Anytime the Argentine government has problems at home, anytime they find out that there's oil under it, or that the fishing rights become valuable, they want it again. Oh my god, the cloud. We might want to change the weather slightly, because we're not going to get much sightseeing done here. And my engine stopped. Fuel pump. Okay. It's cabin heat. No. Oh, you know why? No, that's maybe not it. Interesting that's not starting. I have probably done something wrong. Oil. Oh, maybe we had a random failure right at the start. I think we may have. Yeah, I think we've had a random failure right at the start. If it's gonna do that, then we won't fly with them. Because that's kind of no fun. Let's restart it. See if it triggers the same one. I would like a single option to just turn on all random failures at all times, but they have like an actual realistic probability of tripping. I don't want it to be, you have to set them all individually. That doesn't seem very fun. Oil pressure. It's not on. It's not fucking running. The starter's turning the engine, but the engine's not catching because it's giving me an oil pressure warning, Pom. Let's try the choke lever. Then how come the aircraft hasn't started? Like, it should be configured. Look, fuel pump on. All the power's on. We got the throttle cracked. We got the choke on even. When you spawned in, it was set to auto start. Yeah, it was already started, but then it shut down, and now we got this. Let's go back to the... No, it did that automatically. I didn't touch the switch, Pom. It did it by itself. I don't even have the switch bound. I have to click on it to do it. That's how you can tell I'm working the starter, if I'm actually clicking on it. Just do a cold start. I'm going to have to, from the looks of it. We'll also move the time ahead a bit. I don't know why it's 6:44. There we go, close enough. But on the runway, it should already be running. Other day I found out that according to Google Maps there's a roast beef restaurant on a godforsaken middle of nowhere road in the mountains of East Falkland. Ever since I wonder if it's really there. Oh man, intriguing. It's probably like some sort of money laundering scheme or something. Okay, let's start now please. Oh, frame rate, hello. Right. Master switch. Avionics. Standby battery. Fuel pump. Landing lights. Strobe lights. Fuel goes to left. Advance the throttle slightly. Magnetos to both. And it started. God, this thing's low to the ground. Holy shit. I didn't realize how low to the ground this plane was. Is this an interceptor too? Maybe. Maybe it is. Oh, we got a Spitfire there. Bro, it has fucking synthetic terrain. Are you serious? Is there a way to turn that off? It's distracting. Oh, oh my god. Oh no. Oh, game froze. No, we're back. We're good. I did make it worse. And I have no actual... Oh, I do have a airspeed indicator, but I have no altimeter or anything without it, so... Which way's the runway? This way. Can't set the flaps to auto in this. Not yet. Maybe one day. Nice little hill here in the middle of the taxiway. That's quite far, Pom. I'm not flying that today. Maybe some other time. Would be an interesting flight though, actually. Alright, you know what? This thing doesn't need the whole runway, so we're just going to use what we got here. Ain't give a damn. Pulled the flaps a little early there. This thing might not even need takeoff flap. In hindsight, it probably doesn't. Got a little bit of back trim. Off the power a touch. I forget. Was there a way to raise up the camera? I'm pretty sure there was. I just don't remember what button it is. Arrow keys? Aha! Yes. Excellent. Now I can actually see. Feels like you're in a Subaru, deeply unsettled on an emotional level by anything that doesn't look uncomfortable. I know, right? My first impression on getting into the Bristol, when the flying school first switched over to Bristols only, was like, what the fuck is this? It's like a sports car. Not quite as lavish as this, but pretty close. And it was really disconcerting, coming from the Jabiru, which is very much bare bones, sort of utilitarian. So a fun fact for you guys. Some countries have more than one capital city, and South Africa is one of said countries. There's a separate judicial, legislative, and what was the other fucking category of capital? It's got 3 capitals. Bloemfontein, Cape Town, and Pretoria. Turkey has 2, I think. Ankara's 1, and I'm pretty sure the other was like some random place. You'd think it's Istanbul, but I don't think it is. Or it might be, I don't remember. It might be Istanbul, but Ankara is one of the capitals, and most people don't realize that. Very low cloud. Well, my plan was to look at all the beautiful mountains, but I think that plan has been well and truly scuppered by the weather. Yeah, it is a very pretty game. Change the weather? I could, but that would kind of be cheating. You know what? Fuck it. Let's cheat. Scattered clouds. If this tanks the frames, let me know. We'll go with few clouds. There we go. Because I was having issues with clouds and the stream not encoding very well. Last time I streamed FS 2020. Oh my god, it's actually... Oh wow, that's on my end. I can see that stuttering. It's never done that before. It's probably because it's rendering everything in. Let's get a little more altitude. It should hopefully be okay now, like it should have recovered, but it did a huge stutter right as I switched the clouds out. You found wildlife yet? No, not yet. Oh, there's an island there. I didn't even realize there was an island there. Someone needs to make an AN2 for this. I think Octopus G might do it. I hope so. Sam's reaching up to take him. I mean, if I'm in an AN2, I'd theoretically be someone friendly to them, right? Now, if I was in a caravan, there'd be Sam's coming up for me. Old Star Fort down there, right by the highway. Tricker has a Goshawk for this. Haven't seen him fly it yet. I don't have any of the like third-party jets for it. The only third-party aircraft I have for this are like light sports stuff and the Spitfire, from memory. I would like some military jets for this, but I want to wait until the like really high quality ones come out. And the trainers don't really do it for me as much. I want to wait for like some decent combat aircraft, even though I won't be able to do combat in them. I know absolutely nothing about South African geography, Warp, so don't be too disappointed in me. So we should get terrorized tube liner pilots? Yeah, somebody give me a Su-15, please. Please, somebody, anybody, give me a decent Su-15 for this sim. Oh, there's a building up there. Cool. Like a lookout or something, I guess. Oh, the big jail. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that makes sense, wouldn't it? How will you terrorize them? Intercept them. I'm not gonna, like, shoot them down, because I won't be able to, or fly into them, because I wouldn't want to. I just want to intercept them. Oh, bit of a stutter. Look at that. That's quite cool. I didn't realize there were lakes on top of the mountains, like up here. I guess it makes sense. This kind of terrain usually does have lakes up the top of it, but it's like a dam as well. I mean, the radar probably wouldn't be that difficult to program in. The game already supports weather radar, so not really, well, definitely not the same thing, but like the basis for radar is there. You could probably do something with that. Yeah, I know, because of the lighting. I didn't think about that. It's quite beautiful. Oh, now I see why the Spitfire's canopy is so fucking filthy. That's the default MSFS Perspex material. That's what that is. Same reason that DCS has issues with Perspex on some modules. The default material is fucking scratched to hell and back. So that's actually not a flying iron issue. That's a MSFS issue. Good to know. I'm running the engine a bit hard here, but it's fine. I'm sure nothing bad will come of this. As far as the map zooms out. I think the stuttering is when it's trying to stream in the terrain data. It's interesting though, it didn't used to do it quite so severely. It might just be because I'm in a very, very built up area. Yeah, I am. It's just a, I got a big round thing covered in chroma key green fabric, and that's all that it is. I just have a filter on the camera input into OBS that says to put a green screen filter on, and it sees anything that's this color or close to it and filters it out. The problem is that in certain lighting conditions, and the lighting in here isn't fantastic unless I open those curtains, at which point my neighbors can see directly into my flat. The lighting's not really great, so the contrast isn't enough. So it sees my greyish blue shirt and it thinks it's green and it tries to make it disappear. That's also why when I wear the G-suit, it's semi-invisible. I gotta work out something for that, maybe even just open the curtains on that window when I use it. Some quite rugged terrain. Not for too much longer. I need to get myself some lunch shortly. What's over there? Interesting. See some big container ships out there. I'm not dozing off. I've only been up for a couple hours. I'm just hungry. I've got some other shit I want to get done today. I mean, you could say I'm not dozing off. I just never truly woke up today. That's the issue. Oh, look, that whole town down there is hexagonal. Huh. Interesting. Do you wear a uniform at work? No, just a dark-coloured t-shirt and jeans. There's no uniform. Oh, now that we got the sun on the other side, that's a Kodak moment right there. Hang on, we'll fly and turn around back into it. Nope. No hat. Which is kind of surprising, but I guess they're not required. I'm not actually making any food anyway, I'm just cleaning, so... Right there. Damn, son. Checked out this guy at work's TikTok page. He legit just makes random videos of himself for 10 seconds and somehow is famous off that. Yep, welcome to the 21st century. Jazz, you are a zoomer. Shut the fuck up. You actually, like, literally are a zoomer. Don't you come at me with that barely shit. You're a fucking zoomer. There's no barely about it. No, he said barley, didn't he? But I mean, he's not a grain either, so he's still wrong. Alright, I'll just land this thing and then I'm gonna go get some lunch. But yeah, we had a kind of shitty run on DCS. It happens. But then a decent little trip up the Volga and now a nice little flight around Cape Town. So next Flight Sim stream will be probably a couple weeks from now. I'm trying to only do them every now and then just so I don't burn out on it, and also because I mostly just play DCS as always. I got a couple other games I want to work in still as well that I keep wanting to stream but never get around to. Next stream will probably not be tomorrow actually. I'll probably just do Monday. I'll do the armor stream and that's it. So it'll be a short one Monday, my time. Sunday for you guys in the Western Hemisphere. And I might do one, I might do a longer one on Wednesday. Tuesday I could theoretically stream, but the plumber's going to be here like smack bang in the middle of when I'd usually stream it, so... Me-24 special? Well, when the Me-24 comes out, yeah, we might do one. Please stop stuttering, Flight Sim. Get everybody together to do a massive hind event, that would be awesome. Get like a whole group of them together on Cold War. A couple Me-8s as well to come with us. Undecide whether to get the MiG-19 or MiG-21. It depends. It depends. They're both quite different. MiG-19 is much simpler, sustains a turn well, but, you know, is more limited in what it can do. The MiG-21 is much faster, has more weapons, more toys to play with, but it can't sustain a turn worth shit, but it has better nose authority, I'll say that. So the 19 can't pull its nose as well. It still pulls it okay, but it doesn't pull it as well as the F5 or the 21, particularly the 21, but the 19 does sustain better. I would say both. I would honestly say both, but I realize not everyone has money growing out of their fucking wallet. I'm kind of flush with cash at the moment. That won't last for long, but... I think there's Steam sale on, and I don't know what to get. I've got most of what I want in DCS. I got stuff that I kind of wanted, but just don't even fly, so... Already got the 24 in pre-order. Can I open this? Probably not a good idea to do it in flight. I've seen people open some of the like little windows in the sides of the cockpit in flight in different aircraft in this sim, and it actually like overstresses the plane somehow. I definitely need some more caffeine again as well. Wonder if the prison has an airstrip on it. It does. It actually does. Might go land out there, actually. Check out the ship on the way. Look, it's screaming at me to pull up. Is there a carby heat in this thing? Don't know. It's cabin control heat. That's the chart. Not seeing a carby heat. Well, let's just hope for the best. So I'm off the power in a dive in cloud, which is not a good idea. Yes, Palm? What? Quebecois is now Twitch town? No. No, I'm not doing it. I absolutely refuse. You cannot make me. Oof. Oh, they could always spruce them up in the future. The thing is that they're using like vector graphics to draw it, and it's hard to make vector graphics look like, you know, a projected gun sight from something like that. It's difficult. Yeah, well, a lot of HUDs are vector graphics, but it's still being projected from, like, it's generated in vector graphics, but it's being projected. Oh, you mean in DCS? It might be, I don't know. The F-16 and Hornet both have vector graphic HUDs in DCS. The Mirage is getting one, I don't know if it's already got it. The Harrier's got its already. No wakes on ships still, unfortunately. Freeze. Oh. Wonder what that chime was for. It's probably not the best description, Jazz. Probably not the way you want to term that. DCS doesn't have dynamic stroke graphics for the CRTs in those modules. Not for the CRTs, for the way it's drawn on the HUD. If you think they're actually projecting it from the fucking projector onto the HUD, no. It's just flat on the plate. That's all they're doing. Same way War Thunder draws gun sights. It's all, like, dynamically drawn, the same way you do fonts and stuff. As opposed to textures, which is what they used to use for stuff. ED have always used vector for some things, but... well, whatever, you know what I mean. Hey, Kluge. Going alright. Just about to finish up and go get some lunch. I haven't updated the stream title. You may notice we're not flying along the Volga River at the moment. Just doing a quick little trip around Cape Town before I jump off. See, they use the dots they use to hide the effect. No, if you zoom in on the HUDs, it's all straight lines. and there's overlaps. They're not dots, Pom. That's where they overlap, because they're semi-transparent, and when two of them overlap, it creates an opaque area. That's what it is. There's no dot. It's a straight line overlapping another straight line in the corner. Like, I originally thought it was 3D mesh because of the way it's drawn, but it's not. It's just lines that overlap, and because they're semi-transparent, you can see the point they overlap as a dot. That's also why, if you zoom in enough, there's not actually really many curved lines. They're mostly straight. And even where they've got lettering, it's made of a bunch of straight lines kind of podged together. I mean, I'm already in a prison island. I may as well go visit this one as well. Reasonably short, fat runway, but it should be enough, I hope. Probably just oversped the flaps. I don't know what any of the reference speeds are for this thing. Oh, even though they're written right there. God, I'm dumb. Max speed with flaps down. 65 knots. May have dropped them at 150 kilometers an hour. Actually, there's a question. Why is that in fucking metric, and then all of this and the reference speeds are in imperial? What the fuck? Also, why am I so fast? Gear down is 81 knots. We're below that. Okay, now we're dropping speed, so we're gonna kick the flaps all the way down. I don't think I've given myself enough runway to stop. We're about to find out. Oh, that's right, yeah, nautical miles, it's almost double, isn't it? It's not 1.6, it's 1.8. Oh boy, do I ever not have enough runway here. Crab it a little just to dump a little tiny bit more speed. Okay. I'm gonna need you to stop, like, real fast. Please? Well, actually, we got tons. What the fuck? We got heaps to spare. No, we're good. We're good, chat. Look. Tons of room. Can I open the canopy? I do not know. No, that's... Okay, I don't have a bound to keyboard. So it must be... I think that's the canopy latch there, I just don't think you can open it with this. Let's just park here. Oh. There we go. It counted that as an... Wait, hang on, no. Huh? It didn't count my takeoff. That's very bizarre. Sometimes it does that. It doesn't count a takeoff, but it counts a landing, or it counts a landing, but it... Or, brain model. It counts a takeoff but not a landing, or it counts a landing but not a takeoff. Very bizarre. Anyway, let's see who I can send you off to. Way better than DCS? Boy have I got a thing to tell you, the flight model's not. The DCS flight modeling's better. The weather in this is better. The terrain in this is better. The overall feel in a lot of ways is better, but DCS has better flight modeling. Like, the big issue with flight modeling in this is it's geared towards general aviation pilots, not people who are actually going to fly the aircraft aerobatically or near the limits of its performance. Last I checked, and I don't know if they fixed it yet, but I doubt it, last I checked, they didn't even model the difference in stall speed based on attitude. So you could be in a 90-degree bank and your stall speed would not change in this sim, which is completely UFO territory. Like, that's totally unrealistic. So it's got a lot of potential, but it still needs a lot of work. Let's see. Who is on Talon and Titan? I haven't rated either of them for quite a while, now you mention it. Although I will say, actually, yeah, I'll send you guys to Talon. He's playing Flight Sim 2020 as well. Phase Fragger even. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, the scenery is much better than DCS. That's one area DCS could really stand to improve, and I hope it will in the future. The thing is that DCS, the way it does scenery is kind of old-fashioned. It doesn't even use satellite imagery, it uses just generic textures and kind of places objects and stuff. Whereas this is using satellite imagery and building from that. This is a track IR, so wherever I look, it follows, like, it basically takes my head movement and translates it in-game. So if I look to the left, I look to the left in-game. It's got 3 infrared LEDs on it, and there's a camera next to my webcam, which picks them up. Yeah, it's not actually that new technology either. So it's a very similar system to what the MiG-29 and Su-27 used to use, and still do actually, for the helmet cueing system. It's the same thing. You got 3 positions, or like 3 lights. It triangulates their position to figure out what angle your head's at, and it does all the maths for you. It's pretty neat. And I would say that, not necessarily track IR, but some form of head tracking, or VR if that's your thing, is pretty much necessary to enjoy a flight sim to its maximum potential. For a combat flight simulator, it's a must. I would not even bother flying a combat flight simulator without head tracking anymore. I used to. It was miserable. I can't live without it now. For a civilian flight sim like this, it's still quite useful for sightseeing, because you don't need to move the mouse or move your camera with a joystick hat or anything. You can literally just look. It's really intuitive. Anyway, guys, I'm going to send you off to Ravage. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me today, even if we got off to a bit of a ropey start in DCS. I think we had a decent time in Flight Sim afterwards. So yeah, I will see you all Sunday if you're in the western part of the world, Monday if you're in my part of the world, for some Arma 3. And then on Wednesday we'll probably do some more DCS and maybe a bit more of this. But until then, hope you'll stay safe, have a wonderful day, and enjoy Ravage. Catch you on the next one.